Good evening, everyone. We are about to get started. Call this regular meeting to order. Today is Monday, December 2nd. Jasmine, I can't really see. I'm going to put on my glasses. Maybe you could lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Is Jasmine here? She's not. How about Jimmy? Would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. Can we have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Duran.
Here.
Councilmember Heilman.
Here.
Councilmember Meister.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Horvath.
Here.
Mayor D'Amico.
Yes.
We have a quorum.
Thank you very much. Approval of the agenda. Are there any changes from the staff?
Yes. At the last City Council meeting, we tabled the October 21st minutes to add additional language to the cannabis item. We worked out the additional language, but it didn't make it into the final product, so we'll have to table October 21st again and bring it back to the next meeting for those minutes.
Without objection. Any changes from my colleagues to the agenda? Councilmember Duran.
Can we move item 4A, the homeless demographic survey, to the consent calendar?
No.
No. Okay.
Can we move item 6B, the rent stabilization commission duties, to the consent calendar?
Yes.
Fine with that? Okay.
I have some items that I'd like to pull to excluded consent. 2H, the update on SCAG's methodology. 2J, aging in place, the evaluation. 2K, the Measure H homeless plan implementation grant. I would like, maybe we can discuss that when we discuss the homeless survey.
All right. Any other items or questions?
Oh,
I think, at least two of us have some questions about the about the vehicle purchase item 2T. Does anyone else have any questions about that? No, then maybe we'll just make some comments and leave it where it is. All right.
I have one more thing.
Yes.
I'd like to pull 2M, which is the health, which is the HMA amendment, the agreement amendment. And that too we can discuss maybe during, when we're talking about the homeless initiative survey.
Okay, so we're moving 6B to consent, and we're pulling from consent to H, to J, to K, and to M. And without objection, someone want to,
Just, Mayor, I don't think 2N really relates to the homeless demographic survey.
2M
as in,
Okay, I didn't hear you, I'm sorry. Okay,
yes.
I'd be willing to put 6A on consent if anyone, if my colleagues are interested. That's the cannabis ordinance amendments.
I'm happy to move that. I don't know if anyone else wishes to discuss.
No objection on 6A.
I have no objection, but I believe there are speakers on that item.
There's 5 speakers on that item.
Okay.
All right, well, perhaps we can move them to our consent calendar list and...
Yeah, so they can speak during the first public comment. If you signed up for item 6A, you'll be called during the first public comment.
Motion to approve the agenda as amended.
All right, it's been moved and seconded by Councilmember Heilman. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, passes unanimously. Adjournment motions? Please.
Thank you, Mayor. First, I'd like to adjourn in memory of Richie Silverman. Richie was one of 24 volunteers at the West Hollywood Sheriff's Station. He had worked at the front desk of the station since 2001, putting in over 3,600 hours. He was also an art collector and appraiser of Asian art and was set to be honored by the Japanese government with the Order of the Rising Sun, a national decoration awarded for the promotion of Japanese culture. I'd also like to adjourn in the memory of Marcy Freeman. Marcy Freeman was the mother of West Hollywood resident Donald Freeman and mother-in-law to Human Services Commissioner Patrick Shandrick. Marcy was born into humble circumstances, had an excellent brain, boundless energy, and ruthless practicality. She, in partnership with her husband, built many profitable businesses in addition to their family, and she was an optimistic person, a believer in people's goodness and opportunity, and a hard worker who had the ability to navigate any situation. Thank you.
Thank you. Without objection. Councilmember Duran?
Mayor, I have three adjournment requests. I'm guessing some of my colleagues may have these requests as well. I'd like to ask that we adjourn in memory of Harry Morton. Harry was the owner of the Pink Taco and the Viper Room for a period of time, along with Johnny Depp. He was a longtime volunteer as a reserve deputy sheriff at the sheriff's station, and I think quite a character, a colorful character in our community, and somebody beloved by many people across the city. Additionally, I'd like to ask that we adjourn in memory of Anderson Christopher Bird, who was a longtime employee at the Oz Cannabis Dispensary, and departed I think about 6 months ago, but his family's asked that we adjourn in his memory tonight. And finally, Justin Wells from the Westwind Recovery Center, the founder of Westwind Recovery, longtime member of our sober community, started that recovery facility. And I know that a lot of people around town are grateful to have had him in their lives to help get them clean and sober. May we adjourn in memory of all three. Thank you.
Without objection. Any other adjournment motions?
Thank you, Mayor. First, I'd like to adjourn in memory of Carol Porter, who's the mother of Jeff Kiernan, West Hollywood community member who serves as the Regional Public Affairs Manager for the League of California Cities. Over the past year, Carol fought a strong battle with cancer, but remained committed to her husband, her son, and her dogs. We know that she is missed, and we extend our condolences to Jeff and his entire family. I'd also like to adjourn in memory of the victims of the Saugus High School shooting, which occurred on Thursday, November 14th in Santa Clarita, which resulted in the deaths of 2 students, or the wounding of 2 students and 3 others injured. The 2 students that were killed were Dominic Blackwell, age 14, and Gracie Ann Mulberger, age 15. And this is also the anniversary of the San Bernardino shooting today. I'd also like to adjourn in memory of as is our tradition in the city of West Hollywood, to adjourn in memory of military service personnel who were killed in service to our country. Chief Warrant Officer Kirk T. Fuchigami Jr., age 25, and Chief Warrant Officer David C. Nadel, age 33. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, and I have 2 adjournments this evening. The first is in honor of Stephen Dixon. Stephen was the brother of West Hollywood resident and senior advisory board member Pat Dixon. Stephen was a prolific author known for his idiosyncratic storytelling, was the author of 18 novels and 600 short stories, receiving several awards and grants over the years in recognition of his literary achievements. And also, I'd like to adjourn in memory of a dear friend of mine and our community, Wendy Dallas. Wendy Dallas was an old school lesbian together with Ann Block for 41 years. They were the original Wendan long before Brangelina came along. Wendy Dallas worked in filmmaking, was an original employee of Zuni Cafe in San Francisco, moved down to Los Angeles in the late 1980s with eventually Billy West, one of the founders of Zuni Cafe. Billy passed away 25 years ago from AIDS. Wendy Dallas will be missed by hundreds and hundreds of her friends and will be celebrated, celebration of her life early next year. I send much love to Anne and Wendy's family. Thank you very much. So we will now move to our presentations. And today's presentations will start with our World's Day Paul Stark Warrior recipients. Let me just, there we go. Many of you participated in our march from Crescent Heights to here in honor of people living with HIV, people who've died of AIDS, and our city's long 35-year commitment to serving people with HIV in this 39-year-long epidemic. The city of West Hollywood joins the international community today in recognizing World AIDS Day, which is an opportunity for people worldwide to unite in the fight against HIV and AIDS. The international theme of this year's World AIDS Day is Communities Make a Difference. And each year, the city of West Hollywood recognizes World AIDS Day with special events and programming. As I mentioned prior to tonight's meeting, a candlelight vigil hosted by the Alliance for Housing and Healing was held along the AIDS Memorial Walk along Santa Monica Boulevard. The walk was led by community activist Jasmine Canick, who has been a powerful social justice advocate for over 15 years. She has helped to raise awareness of the fact that African Americans are and always have been disproportionately affected by HIV and AIDS, and the stigma often associated with the disease still keeps people from getting the treatment they desperately need. As a press secretary in the State Assembly for then chair of the Black Caucus, Jasmine helped draft the first state assembly resolution acknowledging and recognizing National Black HIV Awareness Day in California, which received unanimous bipartisan support. Tonight, the city is also hosting the Paul Stark Warrior Awards. These awards are given to employees or volunteers of local agencies who have done exemplary work in providing prevention, education, or direct HIV services to West Hollywood community members. The awardees represent agencies that are funded by the City of West Hollywood and or are part of the West Hollywood HIV and Substance Abusers Network of Providers Consortium. The awards have been presented by the City of West Hollywood since 2000, and since that time, the city has honored 211 individuals for their courage and their service to people with HIV. This year, we are recognizing 11 more individuals. The full program and reception will begin in the auditorium immediately following this presentation. For anyone interested in attending, I encourage you to do so. These are real, wonderful, terrific people who make our community a success. I'd like to recognize this year's honorees and invite them to come forward to receive a certificate. I'm going to mention all 11 names, and then I think we want to give them a round of applause, and then we'll all come down and take a photo with the 11 of them. Miguel Alvarez from the CITY Youth Group, Virginia Cabrera from the Men's Health Foundation, Luis Camacho from the Alliance for Housing and Healing, Robin Edge from the Los Angeles LGBT Center, Robert Gamboa from the Tweakers Project, Becky Harden from Being Alive, Julio Paz from the West Hollywood Community Housing Corporation, Miranda Adriana Ramirez from the Friends Community Center, Christian Saucedo from the AIDS Healthcare Foundation, Matthew Spector from APLA Health, and Ramelin Ana Valera from Planned Parenthood of Los Angeles. Let's give them all a big round of applause. And if you could all come forward, and if my colleagues would like to join us. Yay! So the remainder of the program for the Paul Stark Warrior Awards is happening in the auditorium just on the other side of the library. So I think is Corey leading the way back there? David, there we go. So if you wish to, and you should wish to, because it's an extraordinary evening of celebration, go and attend. You can follow the crowd, and we will get back to the laborious business of city making. All right, our next set of presentations is for the city census. We were going to do the census next. You're doing the census. No, I think I'm doing the census. Yes, I even have something to say. Maybe we'll give a minute for people to leave, and then we'll focus on the census. All right, the City Census 2020 initiative is our next presentation. As you know, the census will take place on April 1st, 2020, and we at the city are going to make every effort to ensure that every single person in West Hollywood participates and is counted. There's a lot at stake for the city and our entire state. If you don't participate, you will not be counted. If you are not counted, according to the federal government, you do not exist. And if you don't exist, that means that your share of services and dollars for services won't flow to the city and to the local governments to serve you. Those dollars are needed to pay for services for you and your family and friends. West Hollywood needs to be organized, and that's why we have our campaign, Be Counted West Hollywood. The campaign, which is in its early stages, is led by city staff in tandem with city's Complete Count Committee, which is meeting tomorrow, December 3rd, to continue working on strategies to reach each and every resident in the city. And to speak about tomorrow's meeting of the Complete Count Committee, we have with us a few of its members tonight. Keith Kaplan from the West Hollywood Chamber of Commerce, John Allendorfer, a member of our Senior Advisory Board, and Robert Gamboa, a member of the Gay and Lesbian Advisory Board. If Keith and John and Robert would like to come up to the podium to say a few words, we'd like to give you that moment now.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Council and members of the audience. As a member of the West Hollywood Chamber of Commerce, I'm very proud to be a part of this important initiative. The Census 2020 is around the corner, and we are getting ready. We need every resident to learn about the census and join the city's initiative because it is so important that we are counted. The Complete Count Committee is a group of local residents, staffers from local nonprofits that serve West Hollywood, and business owners who are committed to ensuring a successful census. The committee will meet tomorrow, Tuesday, December 3rd at 6:30 in rooms 5 and 6 of the Community Center at Plummer Park.
Well, thank you, Mayor and Keith. Good evening, Council and members of the public. As a member of the West Hollywood Chamber, no, I got the wrong one. Thank you, Mayor and Keith. During tomorrow's meeting, the Complete Count Committee will discuss the implementation of the City Census 2020 ambassador programs. Anyone interested and committed to an accurate census count is welcome to join as an ambassador. City staff will train volunteers in January 2020, and then ambassadors will be empowered with factual information about the importance of an accurate count. We need everyone to be counted, so every dollar that rightly belongs to West Hollywood is allocated to West Hollywood. Dollars for senior services, for programs aimed at families with children, to programs for people living with HIV. All programs funded with federal dollars are impacted. Please join this effort. And I just want to say, last week at our Seniors in Action meeting, we had somebody, Jim, come and talk to the seniors, and we have a lot of seniors who want to work as census people. So it's an all-community effort. So thank you.
I, along with members of the Census Committee, am working to ensure that everyone hears about the city's initiative and join us. The census results also impact our democracy and our representation as congressional districts and other districts are drawn based on population counts. A low count in California could result in the loss of a congressional seat, which we do not want. And this initiative involves each of us, and we urge you to join us. For more information, please visit www.weho.org/census2020. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And for our third presentation, I think John and Lauren are going to make that presentation.
Thank you, Mayor. Tonight we are honoring our West Hollywood Mental Evaluation Team, MET. This is a team that the city has funded, and it's comprised of a deputy sheriff and a Department of Mental Health licensed mental health clinician. The West Hollywood MET unit is the first city-contracted MET unit in Los Angeles County. The team has supported the city's homeless initiative as well as our Aging in Place, Aging in Community initiative with a co-response model that aims to reduce incidents involving the use of force, avoid unnecessary incarcerations of people with untreated, severe, persistent mental illness, and increase community connectivity to services. Our West Hollywood team is comprised of Jacqueline Irely, who's a licensed mental health advocate and a mental health clinician too, and Deputy Sergio Venegas. Also here this evening are the program supervisors, MET Lieutenant John Gannon of the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department and Sanjay Shah from the Department of Mental Health. He's a mental health clinical program manager. I want to thank them and everyone involved for their support and the work that they are doing out in the community. On tonight's agenda, we'll be receiving a report on the MET unit's first year of service in West Hollywood, and I can tell you the results are quite impressive. And my colleague, Councilmember Meister, is going to continue with some of the highlights.
Yes, just a few of the highlights. The West Hollywood Met Unit responded to 308 calls from the West Hollywood Sheriff Station, provided evaluation for 171 cases involving a mentally ill person, and involuntarily hospitalized 79 of those community members to receive mental health treatment to prevent harm to themselves or others. The team prevented the use of force in 42 interactions between sheriff's deputies and individual community members. The West Hollywood Met Unit conducted approximately 212 educational trainings and briefings for 2,218 individuals, including students, community members, city staff, law enforcement, and/or mental health clinicians connected to the city of West Hollywood. Finally, West Hollywood's investment in a city-funded Met unit helped bring more regional services into the city. The West Hollywood Sheriff Station now also serves as the home base for an additional local and regional serving Met unit that works the evening shift. The regional West County Met unit is fully funded by the county and doubles West Hollywood's local access to Met services by an additional 40 hours per week.
So if Jacqueline Irely and Deputy Venegas would come on down, we'd like to present them both with proclamations, and if they'd like to bring their team members with them, we would gladly honor them as well if everyone can come down and join us.
All right. We shall now move to the public comment portion of our meeting. But I guess I want to just say, I think most people understood that the closed session didn't happen, but just that we say it on the record that it was canceled earlier today and there was no closed session, so thus there was no report on the closed session. Public comment. The City Council values your comments. However, pursuant to the Brown Act, the Council cannot take action on items not listed on the agenda. Public comment period is limited to 20 minutes, with 2 minutes allotted per speaker. We'll begin with those persons who are speaking on our consent calendar, and we'll start with Jennifer Gregg, and then John Erickson, followed by Karen Ayers. Jennifer? Good evening, nice to see you.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and Council members. I'm Jennifer Gregg, the Executive Director of the One Archives Foundation, and I reside in the city of Los Angeles. Thank you to Mayor D'Amico for supporting the One Archives Foundation co-sponsorship request to present AIDS video activism, women and incarceration at the City Council chambers on January 18th, 2020, and for the Council's consideration of the same. AIDS video activism, women and incarceration is item 2X on the consent calendar. The video screening and panel conversation is a program of the One Archives Foundation upcoming exhibition, Metanoia, Transformation Through AIDS Archives and Activism, which opens the day before the program at the One Gallery. And thank you again to the City of West Hollywood for your support of the One Gallery. Metanoia opens on January 17th. And it's an examination of community-based responses to HIV and AIDS. Metanoia opened at the New York LGBT Center in March of this year. And we're thrilled it's coming to Los Angeles in 2020. In New York, it had more than 1,000 visitors daily for the 3 months that it was up. So more than 30,000 individuals viewed the exhibition. The archival materials included in the exhibition are from the New York Center, as well as the extensive holdings of the One Archives at the USC libraries. Metanoia features items founded in the archival collection of Judy Grainspan. Judy was a member of the Prison Issues Committee of ACT UP San Francisco, the AIDS Information Coordinator of the ACLU National Prison Project, and the Project Director of HIV/AIDS in Prison Project of Catholic Charities. And Judy will attend not only the opening of Metanoia, but the program as well. And I thank you again for your consideration of this request.
Thank you very much, Jennifer. John Erickson, to be followed by Karen Ayers and Scott Schmidt.
Hello, Mayor and Council members. I want to first say some nice things, so I want to thank you for sponsoring. You got to start with the nice stuff. But I want to thank you for your continued sponsorship of item 2W, the co-sponsorship of the Vagina Monologues that we've hosted literally right here in this space for 4 years running now. It is so appreciative for the work that we've been able to bring back V-Day to West Hollywood in such a robust way. And as a result of your sponsorship, the Hollywood chapter of the National Organization for Women, of which I am so proud to be the president of, has been able to raise over $20,000 for Planned Parenthood as a result. So because of that, we sell out this whole auditorium every year. It's a community event full with diversity and everything that makes us proud to be West Hollywood residents. And so I just want to say thank you for that. And additionally, I do have some problems with item 2V on your agenda tonight. Now, I love my dog. Okay, like I love Winnie, she's an amazing dog. However, I remember when we did the Mueller report here and around $4,000 got really blown out of proportion for a civically dutiful event because our constitutional democracy is at stake, and we did a very good public benefit there. I don't know specifically the overall benefit of directing staff to partner also with the Public Facilities Commission, who have staff developing all those reports, to think about maybe doing a memorial to pets. I think our money can be spent better elsewhere. I'm sure people could have thought we could have spent the Mueller report money elsewhere. I disagree. However, I think that we need to look at this way and see, is this something that we really need? Also, where are we going to put it? And single-handedly, When I was on the Lesbian and Gay Advisory Board, we really discussed having a memorial to Matt Palazzolo and other significant community members in the city, and it was completely shut down by staff when we really pushed it, and there was a lot of support for it, and now we're trying to do it for pets who are gone, forgotten, we don't know what the criteria is. I just think we can really rethink this project, so thank you.
Thank you, John. Karen Ayers, to be followed by Scott Schmidt.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm here to support 2U, which is on your consent calendar, the implementation of state legislation to allow pharmacists to prescribe birth control and PEP. I'm really glad you're doing this. This is another example of the city being ahead of the curve and being a beacon of light for other towns and cities to follow. Right now, the law is in effect where pharmacists can actually prescribe birth control to the people who need it, and so you don't have to go to make a doctor's appointment to get it. The rules, I guess, the bill's been passed for PEP, but it's still being, the rules are still being, made around what the pharmacists can do and how they can do it. So this is the perfect time to get on it, to generate more awareness. I found out that the CVS's in our neighborhood and the Ralph's pharmacies all do the birth control at their pharmacies, and I would love more to do it. I think that if these pharmacies are going to operate in our community, they really should serve our population, and I'd love the city doing this and to raise awareness around this issue so they can start asking for it and let them know that how they can be best served as customers. So I think this is great for the women and the men of this city. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Karen. Scott Schmidt, to be followed by Nicole Fox.
Hi, good evening. Scott Schmidt, resident of West Hollywood, on behalf of the Adult Use Retailers Association of West Hollywood. First, I want to congratulate the Artistry on their grand opening 10 days ago on Santa Monica Boulevard, right across from the 24-Hour Fitness. It's the first new adult use retailer of cannabis in West Hollywood. And if you haven't been, and if the members of the public haven't been, I encourage folks to at least swing by and check the place out. It's really a testament to the wisdom of the council and the efforts of staff to create an independent, objective, merit-based system and create an industry in West Hollywood that's not your grandfather's pot shop. This is, it's an amazing, it's an amazing place. And if the other 7 that come along the way are anywhere close to as good, it's really a testament to you getting it right the first time. Tonight's item 6A kind of tinkers around the edges and responds to some of the concerns that have been brought up. We support it, and with respect to the leftovers, hopefully we can get some clarification from staff or from the dais on a couple issues. One is that the amount of leftovers to take away is based on the original size of the packaging. So for example, with the 100 milligrams of edibles, if you get a 100 milligram package and consume half of it, 10%, you can take away the balance of that and not the, and not additive of different pieces of one 100 milligram package. And then the second thing is that, and it wasn't clear to some folks in the last couple pages of the staff report, that the edible-only lounges, you can only take away edibles from those because they're not selling leaf or vaping products. So some clarification on that would be great. Otherwise, we support it, and thank staff for their hard work.
Thank you very much, Scott. Nicole Fox, to be followed by Aaron Silverstein.
Hi, Council. Thank you for your endless support and listening to all of us with our concerns. I'm Nicole Fox, and I'm the founder of AM Botanica. We're a retail and lounge cannabis operation that's opening in the spring. And thank you for all your continued support to make standalone lounges a viable business. I know this is on the consent calendar and it's probably going to pass anyway, so I'm going to leave my healthcare professional concerns at the door. I'm a registered dietitian. I've been in cannabis for almost 20 years, and the amounts that you're presenting to pass really allows almost 100 doses of cannabis per person in a standalone lounge to walk out the door according to the BCC regulations. So from the support of other businesses and supporting the lounges as standalone business operations, this is a really good move. But from a public safety perspective, I do remain concerned. And just these recommendations strike me as not entirely thought out when it comes to what a person can actually consume and safely operate a vehicle, not get nauseated, things like that. We are in fact working with a lot of partner brands that we're going to be carrying in the lounges, and they are willing to sell us microdosed 1 to 3 milligram edibles that we can sell in the lounge, because nobody wants to eat like more than, people want to eat 5 chocolates, not 1, right? Because they taste good, and so there is another way possible. So at the very least, piggybacking on what Scott said, I just want to make sure that the language is explicit, that while you go with these amounts, it's fine, but can these please be considered at time of sale, not at time of leaving? So I've thought this through as an operator, and how does this work? How do we measure how much someone is leaving the lounge with? Does the staff carry a little, scale in their pocket and they're weighing it? Like, I just want to know what the operating procedure for enforcing this and how that really works. And I think that the easiest thing is just to let Metric and Track and Trace do it and track these amounts at time of sale versus time of exiting the lounge. Thanks, guys.
Thank you very much, Nicole. Aaron Silverstein, to be followed by Keith Kaplan.
Good evening, Council, and, well, staff isn't here, but I'd like to thank both of you for your leadership in dealing with the partially consumed items on the way out. I am the Chief Financial Officer of the Adult Use Retailers Association of West Hollywood, and speaking on behalf of them, I don't really want to be the persnickety guy who sort of looks at particular words, but just in 570.041 as proposed, 2 points. First of all, Section S, the new section at the end, interchangeably uses purchaser, patron, and customer. And I would appreciate if staff or council can just sort of confirm that, because I might, for example, go with 5 of my friends. I might be the purchaser, but is the intention to allow each and every patron, even if they didn't purchase, to leave with this amount? I just find a little bit of the text is ambiguous. And furthermore, in section 5.70.041, L as in Leroy, it makes it pretty clear that we're talking about one of the other types of consumption lounges. Yet most of the text references consumption areas that are consistent with that type of consumption lounge. So to Scott Schmidt's prior point, just to make it clear that we're talking about like and like, edibles only can leave with edibles, and the smoking, vaping, and edibles can leave with smoking, vaping, or edible products, which are partially concerned. And that was all I had to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Silverstein. Keith Kaplan, to be followed by Steve Martin.
Mayor, may I ask the city attorney to respond to the previous speaker's comments when we get to council member comments?
Could we just hear the
Thank
rest
you.
of the comments? Good.
Thank you, Mayor D'Amico and City Council. I think that the issue of how much you can take from a consumption lounge is unnecessarily restrictive and a bit arbitrary. And it seems that it's infighting in different aspects of the industry. There have been so many blocks put in front of these the consumption lounge owners, and it's been really, really tough for them to get these off the ground. And you're adding one more, and I think city staff rushed to judgment in creating this rather arbitrary restriction. And enforcement is going to be virtually impossible, because you're not going to have someone standing out front looking in the packages to determine what they're taking out. So I would urge a little more study on this. Thank you.
Mr. Kaplan, I was listening, but were you speaking as a member of the Chamber of Commerce?
No.
Is that the direct opinion of? Okay, thank you. Steve Martin, to be followed by Nina Corsandi.
Steve Martin, West Hollywood. Well, happy holidays, since we won't see you before that. Anyway, I was speaking on 2U. I want to thank you again. I don't think I can really be any more articulate than Karen Ayers was on that. It's really a good thing, and I'm glad the city's out in front of that. I was also concerned about 6B rather than 6A. I think 6A, I'm glad you moved it to consent. But 6B, it's not that this item's about rent stabilization and all the issues that sort of fall along the wayside but have to do with housing. And I think it's important that we're focusing on this. I'm not sure whether we're really doing it in a way that's going to actually be effective. I would hope that maybe you would think about hiring maybe an ombudsperson, somebody who can kind of collect data for the next 9 or 10 or 12 months and see what real life situations are here. I mean, there are so many issues that we kind of cover but don't really. You heard David Nash last week talking about ADA, lack of compliance in construction. We hear all kinds of issues of inadequate protection from landlord harassment, the whole real need for more resources, for legal resources for tenants. I mean, Bet Zedek is seeing people the same day that their answers are due. People are really overwhelmed. There's so many different issues that are really confronting tenants today, particularly long-term tenants. I mean, I appreciate the sense of 6B, but I think we really need to maybe be more proactive. Lastly, I want to thank Lauren for adjourning on behalf of, on the memory of Richie Silverman. Richie loved everybody at the sheriff's station. He was a volunteer. He was a fine arts commissioner for the city of West Hollywood for 8 years. Although he was Jewish, he loved Christmas. He would appreciate the fact that the city invested in new Christmas, or holiday rather, decorations. He would probably say that they represent a certain amount of restrained enthusiasm on the part of the city, but he would be happy. So I want to thank you for that. Bye.
Thank you very much, Mr. Martin. Nina Corsandi to be followed by Jackie Subek.
Good evening, thank you. My name is Nina Corsandi. I'm from Chroma Lounge, also an on-site consumption lounge founder in West Hollywood. I'd like to just briefly make a couple of comments. One is that I'd like you to consider that all models in this consumption arena are different. So putting restrictions that apply to everybody on these different models impact us in an operational way and in a tolerance way for the customers that we're going to cater. Some people being there at lengths of time, some people being there for less amount of time. But these restrictions that are here really impact our model as we're going through this operationally. We had a meeting recently with stakeholders, and one of the things we talked about was possibly looking at this from a SKU standpoint, right? So somebody that comes in, places an order for a SKU. If they don't finish that SKU, they can't order another SKU of that. So that limits both, if they're not, they can't just hoard an order and take home. That's not the mission of these consumption lounges, but it gives the customer an opportunity to try a variety of things that they might not want to consume the entire thing. So one of the suggestions that was made was the SKU model. I urge you to take a look at it, and if you'd like any kind of briefing on it, we'd be happy to provide it, but I know other lounges also are looking at this with interest. So I would just like to bring that up, and thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Jackie Subek to be followed by Alex Cardos.
Good evening. As we celebrate the 35th anniversary of our great city this week, I am reminded of the many bold and courageous moments in our history that have served to protect our residents and our businesses. Our city has made a worldwide name for itself by standing firm on its progressive and liberal policies. We've gone to battle and we've won for marriage equality. We were the first city to declare itself pro-choice, and we were the first city in Southern California to allow for medical marijuana collectives. On November 8th, 2016, the voters in WeHo spoke loudly with a resounding 83.2% voting yes on Prop 64 to legalize cannabis in the state. 83.2% of the voters in our city voted for a legal and commercial cannabis marketplace, and 83.2% of voters approved the individual legal limits of 1 ounce of cannabis flower and 8 grams of concentrates. Our lounges, especially our edibles, have been at an extreme disadvantage for nearly a year now. Millions of dollars have been spent, leases have been lost, investors have pulled out, and partnerships have broken up. On top of all of it, the state won't allow us to serve food. And yet, even though we're a fully licensed retailer in the eyes of the state, the city's process and overregulation has only added to our list of challenges. Tonight's staff report has brought to you a report for recommendations on limits of leftover cannabis. I'm disappointed to see that you moved it to consent calendar with limited information. Each one of us was selected by the merit-based system as the best operators for the city, and each one of you swore an oath to uphold and protect the residents and businesses. I believe it is incumbent on you as our elected officials to think very carefully about setting any new restrictions on what adults can do with their personal time and money, and before we've even had a chance to operate. Setting limits could produce a series of unintended consequences for future lounges across the country. I'm especially concerned for our minority communities, who will predictably feel over-controlled and over-enforced on again. State law has set the legal limits, and I believe the city should adhere to those limits. The single most important goal of legalization is to end prohibition. Establishing new restrictions only serves to perpetuate outdated stigmas and puts cannabis consumers right back in the shadows. We've been a leader for 35 years now. I strongly encourage you to not be too hasty to impose arbitrary restrictions and prohibitions that could infringe on all of our individual rights and civil liberties for countless years to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Subek. Alex Cardos, to be followed by Kirk Kartosian.
Hello. Just wanted to speak about a couple things that where Eagles Fly LLC stands for 6A. You know, we haven't had the chance to do live infusion, which is what we were expecting to be able to do when we were putting our applications together and getting our business models together. So it's been kind of challenging. We just want you to hear us out. I know it's been a lot for you to handle. It's a lot of noise, but where my group stands is no milligram cap for consumers. The smoking lounges don't have that. No milligram cap for leftovers, allowing personal use for our customers. Also for ownership changes, the statute, for LLCs, the statute of California Corporation Code, there's long provisions that allow members and partners of an LLC to disassociate or leave from membership. They don't need consent from members, they just have to notify the LLC. We think it should be okay for us to replace a member or to have a member leave for whatever reason. A lot of things are going to happen in these partnerships and people are going to have to exit, and we're asking for your cooperation on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cardos. Kirk Kartosian, to be followed by Genevieve Morrill, our last speaker on this item in our public comment period.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council and staff, my name is Kirk Kartosian. I'm one of the fortunate recipients of one of the edible lounges. And we're asking that the council not vote on this in the consent calendar and actually just have a little more discussion on some of the elements. We're not necessarily opposed to the limitations, but as set forth, they are a bit restrictive in that you have different individuals who have different consumption limits that may or may not have the enhanced states that they're looking for. So 100 milligrams on the consumption side for ordering per individual we see as much too limiting. Somewhere in between 300 and 500 milligrams would probably be more likely. Some people have no effects at 100 milligrams at all. Taking your just typical dessert, one of which we have planned, might have a 100 milligram dose in that one dessert SKU. If you take one bite of that, you essentially can't take anything else with you from that premise. The edible lounges ourselves, we're going to be a true restaurant operating entity. Our price points are going to be much higher. The cost of running a restaurant is completely different than those costs associated with a typical dispensary or other type of operation. So we ask that, and I am a restaurant owner, and I've owned more than 6 restaurants to date. Those costs are inherent, and they are passed on anyway to the consumers. So there's really not going to be any intent by the consumers beyond just consumption on site and a typical leftover to be taken after they had already paid for it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Kartosian. Genevieve Morrill, to be followed by Donald Elmblad.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Genevieve Morrill, President and CEO of the West Hollywood Chamber of Commerce. I actually had 2 slips in, and Mayor, if I might ask of you maybe an extra minute, just because I had two things I needed to talk about tonight. But this is so important, and I know that you all are sick of cannabis. Maybe not in your personal lives, but you're sick of hearing it here. And it's such an important, it's really important, and it's important that you stay engaged with it, and it's important that you hear them out. You know, this is a very controversial issue, and there's literally people's livelihoods are at stake right now in some of these situations. In terms of where the chamber stands on this, again, we have members on both sides of the issue, so it was very controversial. We took it through GAC in terms of the leftover situation, looked at point of sale, what would be the right amount. It was a very close vote. It was literally 5-6. I mean, it was like that close, and so the board did support what you see in the staff report for 100 milligram max, 10 per serving. But we also understand that we would like you to look at this because we know we need to have public safety. We know that it's very volatile industry right now in terms of laws and things happening. But we really need to find the right place for a business to be able to thrive. And right now, if you look at a joint for $25 at one of these places, what kind of business model do they have pursuing moving forward if that's all they can do? In other words, we really have to find a way to create an experiential way for them to survive. So it's something that really deserves your attention a lot more than putting it on consent. I think it deserves a lot more, maybe coming to some of our cannabis council meetings and hearing it out, maybe exploring some of the other things that are done. But I really hope that you'll consider what has been said tonight. We have members on both sides of this issue, so it's very hard for us to take a position on this right now, but we do support the staff's recommendation and how they're moving forward on this topic at the time. And
before you go on, given that this is our last speaker about this, is there interest in moving this off of consent and having additional conversation?
For me, I think the first half of the item, there's been no objection on, so that's fine by me, but I think there's been some points raised.
One yes and one no, and
I tend to vote no on the item because I don't agree with the limit on the takeout. But but I'm open to having continuing discussion if my colleagues want to go there.
If you want to put this back on as 6A, and maybe we just discuss.
Well, we can discuss what we'll discuss then, but I just want to sort of, since people are here, we don't want them to leave. So we will take this off consent then and put it back in order, and we'll make a decision as you suggest. And I thank everyone for coming early and speaking now, and we'll sort out who gets to speak next or additional slips. But right now, we'll go back to your minute that's left.
My minute that's left is for Eat, Shop, Play for the holidays.
There we go.
Just as important, in another way, for shopping local, every dollar that you spend locally this season helps to keep another brick and mortar in business. Those business taxes go back into the city's coffers to pay for social services. So we hope you'll really go out and eat, shop, play in the holiday. We've left a box of 100 of these holiday Eat, Shop, Play shopping bags that are sponsored by Athens Services. They've been sponsoring these bags since we did the plastic bag ban years ago. And I just also want to mention a few of the businesses participating. We came off a great successful Shop Small Saturday, Dog Pound, Gelato, Rounder Bum, RYU. We have Aeon this Saturday doing a holiday bazaar from 1 to 6. WeHo Bistro, Sunset Kids, Fred Siegel, Tortilla Republic, Atacama Home, to name a few. And we have Hunky Santa on the pickup line a couple weekends, and we have Rock and Roll Santa up on the Trip on Sunset. And so we want to encourage you to eat, shop, play, weho.com.
Thank you very much. Donald Elmblad, to be followed by Deborah D'Amato and James Pershad.
Council, hello. Donald Elmblad, resident of West Hollywood. Thank you for all you're doing. I haven't spoken here in a couple years, or maybe 3. I'm getting old. But I did want to talk about this letter that I got, Order to Comply. It's about the seismic retrofitting, which I do support. I think that people should do that to their buildings. But there's 800 buildings on the list. Mine is one of them. I had a couple companies, LA Retrofit, Optimum Seismic, Alpha Structural, all come with a free estimate to look at my property to see if I needed to do any retrofitting. I've already done it. And they agreed, and they said, oh, you're going to be exempt, but $5,000, $5,000, $5,000. And luckily, Paul sent me to the retrofit meeting at Plummer Park, and there were 12 tables there. I talked to every table, 5,000, 5,000. I said, why is everybody 5,000? The city has made that the fee, and I get to keep 2,500, but everybody has to give the city 2,500. So out of 800, that's $2 million that you guys are getting to comply with this soft story retrofitting. And it just seems I'd rather spend $5,000 on my property repainting an apartment that is, you guys are going to initiate that mandatory stuff soon. So it's just funny that I have to pay $5,000. I can't shop for the cheaper company to do the work, because if whoever I hire to do the screening report, the 8 pages, I have to then sign that I will hire them to do any work that the city requires. And this just seems a little bit strange to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Donald. Deborah D'Amato, to be followed by James Pershad.
Evening. Hello, longtime West Hollywood resident, Deborah D'Amato. First of all, I would like to thank you all for listening to me last time I came to a meeting earlier in the year. And we have speed bumps now on our street, so we felt heard, and everyone is relieved that we don't have races going down the street anymore. So thank you so much. What I'm here about tonight is I would like to ask the city to please set time limits for completing construction in residential neighborhoods. The building directly across the street from me has been under construction for more than 3 years. So all of us within that proximity have been listening to saws, hammers, trucks delivering diesel, bin, particulate matter all over the place. It is really very, very stressful. It's at least 5 days a week, and there was a single-family home there. Now it's a 7-unit apartment building. I understand this is, I don't have any objection to things changing in neighborhoods. What I do have an objection to is the length of time it's taking for this to happen. I am not someone who has a 5-day-a-week, 9-to-5 job, so when I'm home during those 5 days when construction is happening, it is very stressful. I can't leave the windows open. I don't have air conditioning, so for 3 summers in a row, it's been closed windows. The amount of concrete in the neighborhood amplifies the sounds so that it's much more difficult to have any peace. And I actually set up a camera in my apartment to look directly across and thought a picture a day would be great, but here we are 4 years later, and it's painful for all of us residents. So
Can you let us know what street you live on, and we'll have somebody check into that property.
North Fuller.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. D'Amato.
Thank
Enjoy your
you.
evening.
You too.
James Burchard, to be followed by Alice Sloman.
It's a privilege once again to speak on behalf of the United States Census to the City Council here. And after the compelling comments that have already been made on behalf of the census, I'd like to hone in on one fact that hit me personally right in the gut since I was here last month. We all know the census happens every 10 years, seems like some clerical thing that comes and goes. We also know that it affects local funding on the human level for the entire 10 years and the congressional representation for the entire 10 years. I got curious to find out what the response rate was last time in 2010. So I did a search, took me right back to the census official website, and they listed the cities that had the lowest response rate here in California. Don't worry, City of West Hollywood was not on that list. But Los Angeles was right down the street. And I was shocked to find out that the response rate was 43% in the city of Los Angeles. And that was down over 20% from the previous census. And that was the same for those other cities in that list. And it just struck me that this is a much more urgent thing than I had felt, and it focused me on my job. So we're looking for resources from the city of West Hollywood, from all the active and involved citizens here to help us do tablings and presentations and to meet and to hire people to follow up on this census and raise that number. Thank you much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Brashad. Alice Sloman to be followed by Julia Alessandra.
Hello, good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members and everyone else in the room. My name's Alice. I'm here representing an organisation called Choose Love. We're a small UK charity and we're a registered 5013C here in the US. We formed in 2015 as a result of the unfolding refugee crisis in northern France. And we've since gone on to fund over 120 grassroots groups across Europe, the Middle East, and now on the US-Mexico border. So I'm here tonight. I wanted to tell you guys about a pop-up shop that we're running on 611 North La Cienega Boulevard. We opened on Black Friday and we're here till Christmas Eve. The basic idea of the shop is that you can come in and buy real items for refugees, which we distribute to our partners. It's anything from diapers to warm blankets to children's coats to water bottles to search and rescue. We support LGBTQI+ refugees and asylum seekers as well. So I'd just be really grateful if everyone could sort of share the word, tell your colleagues, family members, friends, and we'd also really love to have some members of the West Hollywood community come and volunteer with us. We've raised $5,000 and we only opened on Friday, and that's because of the generosity and the warmth and the kindness of everyone that we've met, and of just hearing everything tonight. You're a really wonderful community and you do really amazing work and support all sorts of people, and so it feels like a really great fit that we're here for just until Christmas Eve. So yeah, we're at Choose Love and we feel really honoured to be here, and I'm really grateful for this platform. So if anyone does want to get involved in volunteering, please email la@choose.love. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And you're on La Cienega, just north of Melrose on the west side of the street.
That's right, 10 minutes from here. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Julia Alessandra to be followed by Mike Averill. And our last speaker is Megan Larson. If anyone wishes to speak, please
So that is
sign
the
up.
three of us, so we're going to come up together. We're all
There
talking
we
about
go.
the same issue. And collectively, we're going to try and take about 3 minutes of your time as opposed to 2 minutes each. As a resident of West Hollywood and downstairs neighbor of Ed Buck, I have seen the homelessness problem increasing in the city. And the three of us are MSW students, Masters of Social Work students at the University of Southern California, and we want to talk to you about the homelessness issue in West Hollywood. It's a detriment to the city to have this homelessness issue increasing. We rely a lot on tourism and big events in the city to generate income and stimulate our economy. And homelessness negatively impacts these large events and tourism and people coming into the city and choosing West Hollywood as a place to come and spend their money. And as Ed Buck's scandal shows, this is a serious issue.
So across Los Angeles County, homelessness is an issue, but it's also very much an issue for West Hollywood. I think a point that illustrates that is last year, Los Angeles County saw an increase of 12% across this population. West Hollywood saw an increase of 31%. Thankfully, the city is making this a priority, so we think that's wonderful. There's the 5-year strategic plan to address homelessness. We just have some concerns that the budget doesn't actually reflect this priority as much as it could. Right now, recently, there's $3.1 million of the budget directed towards two areas, rent stabilization and the strategic initiatives, one of which is this 5-year plan. But if you start to look at the numbers of that 3.1 million, 2.1 million is wages and benefits, leaving around $1 million for actual services. And of course, these things are needed, but some of that money is being taken up by extra security guards, neighborhood patrols, and we just believe that there can be more impactful ways to actually spend this money.
75% of individuals experiencing homelessness in West Hollywood report having a serious mental or physical health condition. These individuals are unable to get themselves off the street and into housing without our help. Therefore, we suggest the following amendment to West Hollywood's 5-year plan to address homelessness. Our proposal is implementing a wraparound services program. This would include an expansion to mental health services and additional case management for securing housing, income, and education. Programs such as Assertive Community Treatment, ACT, Intensive Case Management, and full-service partnerships have been shown by research to be effective in eliminating homelessness. Specifically, Assertive Community Treatment services cost roughly $10,000 per year per person served and housed. These wraparound services would actively get people off the streets and are affordable for the city. If they only reach 31 people a year, it would decrease the homeless population in West Hollywood by nearly 25%, and would be within the budget of the Strategic Initiatives Department and the New Measure H grant. Thank you.
Thank you all. That was really terrific. Thank you very much. Todd Holman.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members, and thank you for letting me jump ahead. I must go home and prepare to torture my FITM students for tomorrow. I am here to speak on behalf of item 3B. As many of you know, I am the East Side Neighborhood Watch Captain, and I'm excited and happy to say, because I am pro-development, that we have a lot of wonderful things happening on the East Side. However, developers are coming in, they're acquiring properties, and then they're doing a poor job of maintaining them until they're demolished. I have walked with you, Mayor Pro Tem Horvath, Mayor D'Amico, as well as Mayor Meister, so I know you are very aware of the problem that we've been dealing with. So I'm very much in support of item 3B. Again, pro-growth, pro-development, but they need to be responsible. They need to keep the parkways maintained, the sidewalks cleaned, and the properties have to be presentable. We have 1139 North Detroit. It's a mess, and frankly, no one would allow that to happen on the west side. So they need to go in, make some amendments until the property is torn down, so it's not a god-awful eyesore on the east side. I think we deserve better on the east side. But again, this has my support, and I think it's long overdue. So I hope this item passes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Holman. And that concludes our public comment period tonight's meeting. Council member comments? Who wants to begin? John? Okay.
I just wanted to make sure that staff in our rent stabilization department and our building and safety department followed up with Mr. Emblad and talked to him. I see that John Kehoe is giving the thumbs up, so I want to make sure that somebody follows up. And Ms. D'Amato, who spoke about the problems on Fuller, hoping that one of our staff members will, I see somebody shaking their head in the back. You will follow up with her regarding the delays on that particular property and how to expedite it. And then Todd just gave us another address, 1139 North Detroit. I hope that staff will also follow up on that after we pass whatever we're going to pass tonight. So thank you for that. And thank you for coming out and raising those concerns. I just wanted to briefly reflect on the fact that it's our 35th anniversary as a city, and it's really a wonderful occasion for us to reflect and be thankful for all that we have here in West Hollywood. I also, tonight is a bit of a sad night as well, as we recognize a lot of the people we lost due to AIDS. But even there, we have made so much progress in our community and in parts of the United States. So even that tells us that progress is possible. And I know we've all lost friends and colleagues and city employees over the years. It's really a great thing that now there is treatment available, there is PrEP available, and we want to, again, encourage everyone to take appropriate steps to get on PrEP if they're sexually active, to take the steps that they can to support others in the community who are living with HIV and AIDS, because the challenge is still out there, and as was said earlier, it's still very impactful in the African American community and other communities of color, and it's still a crisis in other parts of the world. So we're fortunate to be here, but it's a reminder for all of us that we need to do more and we need to give back. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Heilman. Councilmember Duran?
Sorry to spit out my cough drop. I want to thank everybody for coming tonight. Just a few comments. I want to start by thanking Bonnie Smith and the other members of the staff who were so attentive to Transgender Awareness Month in the month of November. The reality is that the transgender community has to unfortunately bear the brunt not only of transphobia, but homophobia and misogyny all at the same time. We know that statistically, hate crimes continue to rise on immigrants and religion. Primarily Muslims and Jews are feeling the brunt of the increase in hate crimes at this moment in time. But LGBT hate crimes are also up, and they're especially up for the transgender community. Those who attack those that they fear and hate, usually the root of homophobia and transphobia is misogyny, or the hatred of women, or the perception of what a woman should be or should act like or should be perceived as. And that really strikes at a lot of our transgendered women in our community who are needing our protection and support on these issues of hate crimes. So our staff did an incredible job, Transgender Awareness Month, moving a lot of our trans women out of homelessness and out of unemployment into shelter and into employability, and giving them obviously a Transgender Day of Remembrance, Transgender Employee Fair, televised board meeting. I mean, we really go out of our way for part of our community, which is only 1% of our population, but it's a very vulnerable 1%, and I think we are only as strong as we are when we take care of those that are the most oppressed in our community. So thank you to Bonnie, and thank you to all the human services staff for the special attention you gave to our trans community this past month. I also want to just take a moment, as my colleague John Heilman did, to reflect on our 35th birthday. So I lived in the city for 30 of those 35 years, and been on the council for half the city's life. My colleague, Councilmember Heilman's been on the council for the entirety of the city's life. And so I think we've witnessed a lot of change over the decades and over the years. And yes, we do have a problem with homelessness, and I want to thank the three of you for coming tonight and speaking about that. You know, having 120 to 130 people homeless on our streets any night of the week, I don't think is something that any of us rest well with. But the reality is there are 60,000 homeless people all over the county of Los Angeles, and sometimes I feel like we're the little minnow in the bucket trying to take on these gargantuan problems that plague the entire county. But I know that we've really gone out of our way to handle what we can. And the reality is that West Hollywood continues, I think, to be a beacon for lots of people, progressive thoughts and liberal ideology, and people who don't feel they fit in anywhere else in the world find comfort and solace in this place that accepts all oddity and all color and all flamboyancy openly as part of this community. But the reality is it still is a sanctuary for LGBT people around the world. And a lot of that is reflected in our homeless population, that we have a disproportionate amount of homeless people who identify as LGBT that feel they'd be safer on the streets of West Hollywood than back in whatever town they were raised in. And that's why they continue to be drawn here. And that's why we continue to partner with the LGBT Center and Essentia and others to help move that part of the homeless population into permanent housing and shelter. West Hollywood, we've got our issues and we've got our heavy lifting to do on homelessness, on drug addiction, on traffic, on noise, on the fact that we're a victim in many ways of our own success. So many people want to be here and live here and work here and come here for their weekend play that it's reflected in our numbers. Our property values in the past 35 years, both commercial and residential, have increased significantly. If you've been sitting on your property for the entire cityhood, you're a very wealthy person today with the property that you're holding. And those are numbers that reflect the reality of what West Hollywood has become. But I think that as we move forward, I think the hardest thing for those of us over a certain age is how to grasp nostalgically at our past and what we remember West Hollywood to be and what it was like when we had railroad tracks down Santa Monica Boulevard, or the grit and grime of the Sunset Strip, or some of the other fond memories of places gone and people gone by, and especially on World AIDS Day. But at the same time, the reality is a lot of new people are moving into the city and they have their own ideas and their own visions of what they want this place to be, and we should embrace them and accept them as long as we remind them for the last 100 years, this little 1.9 square miles of real estate has been outlandish, flamboyant, cutting edge, progressive, out of the ordinary, non-conforming, wouldn't fit out anywhere else in the world other than the city of West Hollywood. And as long as they adhere to those set of values, I'll support and embrace whoever wants to move into this town. So happy 35th birthday to the city of West Hollywood, and I want to especially thank those of you like myself, and I thank my colleagues up here who choose to call this place home every day of the year. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Duran. Councilmember Meister.
Thank you. So since the last meeting, I attended the SCAG CEHD committee meeting, and that's has to do with the RENA numbers, and we'll be talking about that later. And I just wanted to report that although a number of members were not happy with the new RENA calculations, the staff was insistent that changes couldn't be made until after public comment. So it's going to be very important for West Hollywood City Council to come up with a response regarding the new calculations, as well as the West Side City's COG. So I know that public comment, it will be, I think it's 60 days, but 60 days flies by, especially with the holidays, and I think that we need to get on that as soon as we can. Also wanted to mention I stopped by the Waterwise Landscaping Workshop, where staff from Beverly Hills Water, West Basin, DWP, and West Hollywood, our West Hollywood staff as well, put together a great presentation. My only disappointment was that not as many people were in attendance as I would have hoped, and I think that we really have to work on promoting these types of events, these workshops, earlier, and so that people can get them on their calendar, because they are so worthwhile, and the people that come to put together the workshop put so much effort into the presentation. It just seems a shame that we didn't have more people. I also wanted to mention that I attended several small business Saturday events, and wanted to thank the Chamber for coming out on a 4-day weekend. We had a lot of fun, both at Gelato Festival and Dog Pound, and you might think Dog Pound is a dog pound, but it's not. It's a gym. And they made me fight some big guy in the ring. I also stopped by the Muscular Dystrophy Association holiday party on Sunday at Fiesta Hall, and I just wanted to thank all of the MDA volunteers. There were many of them there for their service and everything that they do to help this organization. And I want to say happy anniversary to the city of West Hollywood and all of our residents and our businesses. And what makes, without repeating what others have said, what makes us so special is are our residents and our businesses and our unique businesses. That's what makes us special. I've been here for over 28 years and moved to the city of West Hollywood because I knew it was a place that I could, that I found was a manageable city, someplace that coming from New York, you know, it was just so nice to be able to go out at night and be able to walk and feel safe, and to be able to go into City Hall and everyone knows your name. And as a council member, to be able to put forward an item about how to help animals. We have a long history of animal rights legislation that we put forward, cat declawing and getting rid of pet stores and stricter grooming regulations. So the fact that the City Council will consider directing staff to evaluate the community interest and feasibility of establishing a memorial in honor of community members' pets, I think that's a wonderful thing that West Hollywood should be proud of. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. I hope everyone had an enjoyable Thanksgiving and had their fill of a Thanksgiving dinner and perhaps family dysfunction. I know that was part of mine, but it's always a nice time to remember to reflect and be grateful for all that we have in our community, and celebrating our city's 35th birthday is also something to be grateful for. I want to give a special shout out to Robert, Jimmy, and David, who helped us gather last night on World AIDS Day and initiate what continued this evening. I want to thank Jack Lorenz for organizing tonight's march, and all of our staff for their work in organizing the Paul Stark Awards and everything that the city does to commemorate this important occasion. It was also the 10-year anniversary for Impulse Group, which started right here in West Hollywood. Congratulations to Jose, Matt, and everybody who's involved with that group as well. All the conversations that we're having, meeting people where they're at to talk about these important issues and to create safe space for people is absolutely essential. And so remembering on World AIDS Day what we need to remember each and every day, creating those safe spaces to have those important conversations can make all the difference. So thank you to everyone who's taken a leadership role in doing that. I too participated in the Muscular Dystrophy Association holiday party. I love that we're having holiday spirit. Congratulations to the chamber. Thank you. Hunky Santa on the trolley. Is that what I heard? Okay. So I'm going to have to see that. That's interesting. But I'm glad that it's a holiday season, and hopefully we all take time to enjoy community and be with one another. This is a really fun time of year. Special congratulations to LA Pride event producer Jeff Consoletti and his husband Rob. They got married, and it was an absolutely beautiful wedding, and we're so happy for them and all the many years that they'll share together. Let's see. I want to remind people that we have block by block ambassadors. We've had them since June 1st of 2013. And I bring this up because sometimes people don't know that when you're walking home at night, or any time of day, quite honestly, and something strange might be happening, you might not feel quite safe to be walking by yourself, you can call them and they will walk with you and make sure you get home safely. We've had some issues come up to the city council of people having different incidents, reporting, and having some delays in reporting, but please know that you can call the security ambassadors directly and they will come and walk with you. If you don't have their number in your phone, put it in there now. It's 323-821-8604. This is, of course, for non-life-threatening emergency situations. You can always call 911. You can always call the sheriff's department if you're not sure. But if this is something where you feel a little bit unsettled, you're waiting for the sheriff's department if you've called, or you just need to walk home, these folks will come out and walk with you. And it's a free service in the city, so we hope everybody uses it. Since the last council meeting, I participated in the Cal-CCA conference representing Clean Power Alliance in the city. Also the executive board meeting, which took place here in West Hollywood for California Contract Cities Association. And I also represented them at the LA County board meeting regarding homelessness funding that's supposed to be going back to all cities. Very interesting meeting, and so hopefully more progress being made there in the county. I participated in the opening of the Casa de Zulma opening in Los Angeles, which is the first transgender housing in Los Angeles. Very exciting development, and congratulations to our colleagues in the city of LA who made that happen. There was recently an article about a lot of the ongoing exchange with LAUSD and whether or not there will be a new middle school option. I just wanted to update that I spoke with board member Melvoin, and he has said that if the board does not make a decision by the end of January, that action will not be taken for the year 2020, and that action, if they decide to move forward with a new West Hollywood middle school option, will not take place potentially until 2021. Parents I know have been expressing a range of concerns, and there's been all kinds of conflicting information. So I have reached out to the board member to let him know that if he wants to work with the city collaboratively, that we're open to having those conversations. But as of right now, he's been working directly with parents in the schools, so and the city really hasn't been engaged in that process. Happy to talk with anyone who is interested in the city's role in that. And finally, I also participated at the National League of Cities, the event in San Antonio, where we discussed a range of issues this next year with our new president. Councilmember Joe Buscaino from the city of Los Angeles is now serving as the president of National League of Cities, and he is making homelessness the priority national issue for National League of Cities this coming year, which is obviously important to us here in West Hollywood. And I want to thank the students who came forward to share a little bit about what your experience has been. It's certainly a priority issue here. And one of the things that you had mentioned is, the percentage of increase in the city of West Hollywood. One thing you might not know is in 2018, the city actually provided service or support to over 80% of those who are counted in our homeless count. And yet that increase happened. So what happens is sometimes because people can move around from different cities and different regions, and people hear that we're actually supporting people in West Hollywood, they'll come into West Hollywood to get those services and support. And so that's part of the way our numbers increase. But I believe we're going to have a conversation about homelessness a little bit later tonight, so you're welcome to stay and be part of that as well. I'm grateful to be able to share that I was elected president of the Women in Municipal Government, and I will also be chairing the Human Development Committee, making our national priority issues for that committee addiction and aging. So with West Hollywood having a leadership role in all of these ways through National League of Cities, I will be calling on your help. If any of these issues are things that you would like to be working on with me on a national level, I welcome your participation. Please feel free to reach out to me. I'll be putting together working groups and committees to work with the National League of Cities. So thank you very much, and I think that's it.
Thank you very much. And I just have a couple of items. The first is, I know we've moved item 6B to consent, but I have some big concerns about our state's new rent control law. And that rent control law goes into effect on January 1st. Of course, I'm glad the state did that, but I think we as a city are not really prepared to take on the role of providing rent control services to all of the apartments and homes that are run by REITs and condos that are run by real estate investments starting on January 1st. And as I understand it, according to this article I've read, the rules will not change. AB 1482 will not override local rent control. However, it immediately covers all units that are not already controlled by local rent control, and the local government is responsible for administering that. So I think if my colleagues would agree, one of the first items that 6B might cover with our Rent Stabilization Commission is how they're going to cover those new several thousand units which will suddenly be under rent control. We don't collect a fee from the tenants or from the landlords, and suddenly those units are under our system of rent control. So perhaps there's more to be learned from this, and I know I asked the city manager this, and the city attorney was looking into it, so there might even be more developments since this afternoon, but without objection, I think we should add AB 1482 and rent control statewide and its effect on our rent control and rental units. Maybe there's more to be said now about it.
Well, I don't think it actually changes the purview of the commission, because the commission's purview is rent control. I think the direction should be to our staff to look at the changes. You said that those units will come under our rent control, and they actually won't. They'll be regulated by the state's rent control law, but we may have responsibility for
Yes,
educating.
exactly.
Yeah.
And for enforcing, according to this article, enforcement is done by the local government. But I think we need to, the point, I think, is we need to have a report on that as soon as possible.
And during my report, I'll provide a real brief response to that. Thanks.
Okay, terrific. The second item is that maybe you've noticed, I know I have, that the number of parking ticket appeals that have gone sort of awry has continued to rise over the year, and I've asked the city manager to put a process together for reviewing the contractor who issues the tickets and the contractor that reviews the appeals. Somehow, the acceleration of that has I don't think that's acceptable. I don't think any of us want to be having tickets issued that shouldn't be issued, and I know many people have written to me directly, and I encourage you to continue writing to me directly if you feel like you've been issued a ticket wrongly or your appeal has not been handled properly, and we can add that to the long list of people who have had similar concerns. And finally, I also just want to say congratulations to us as a city. 35 years. I did live in West Hollywood when cityhood was voted on. I didn't vote that time. I had no idea it was becoming a city. I was a regular, good old-fashioned 21-year-old knucklehead. Look what's happened to us now. So for whatever 21-year-old knuckleheads are out there now who probably won't vote in November, but you should, I wish you much luck when you're sitting in this mayor chair 35 years from now. And with that, let's move on to the city manager's report.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. I'm going to try to be very quick. I only have a few City Hall announcements. December 9th, Monday at 6:30 at the West Hollywood Sheriff Station, we're going to start our Don't Drink and Drive annual coaster distribution plan. So if anybody is out and about and wants to go on a pub crawl with some coasters, please join us. Our facilities and field services for the rainy season is offering free sandbags and sandbag refilling. We're limiting them to 10 bags per resident while supplies last. They can be picked up at our Romaine facility at 7317 Romaine. And you can call to make an appointment, 323-848-6591. We are again moving forward with our Vision 2050, our strategic plan. It's the last opportunity this week to do our online survey, so if you haven't done that, please visit our website and take advantage of that. A couple of items from tonight. We had 3 speakers talk about our homeless campaign. I think that their thoughts and input was insightful. It's a very complicated issue. If you look at the initiation of our program and the number of people that we've housed a significant number of homeless residents in the city of West Hollywood. The problem is that number keeps growing, and there's a large influx coming in from other parts of the county. The question regarding the rent control law that goes into effect on the 1st, it's a complicated issue in that we are not allowed to enforce it. Our understanding is that this is something that the state is supposed to do, and they don't have anything in place yet to provide that support to renters. We'll put together an information item on the consent calendar at the next meeting, and we can work on at least an information campaign. Lastly, and most importantly for me tonight, it's flu season. If you're sick, please stay home.
All right, thank you. May I have a fiscal impact on the consent calendar?
Yes, Mayor. Before I provide the fiscal impact, I wanted to get clarification from Councilmember Meister. Did you pull item 2M as in money or 2N?
2M is in money.
2M, okay.
Great. And on that, Yvonne, and for the council, the recommendation from Councilmember Meister was that item 2K would be discussed along with item 4A. Item 2J and 2M, when they're discussed, they can also be discussed together, and then 2H would also be discussed separately. So of the items pulled, we're really having 2 additional discussions because we're merging 2K with 4A. 2J and 2M would be 1 staff report, and then 2H.
Okay, got it.
Thank you.
With that, the fiscal impact with the addition of item 6B, which is introducing on first reading an ordinance of the City of West Hollywood amending Chapter 2.64 of the West Hollywood Municipal Code relating to the Rent Stabilization Commission, and the removal of 2B, 2H, 2J, 2K, 2M is $1,260,465 in expenditures, $6,404 in as a potential loss in revenue, and $5,567 in waived fees.
All right, thank you. We have a motion to adopt in a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Hearing none, it passes 5-0. Thank you very much. We'll move on to item 3A, our first public hearing, which is a discussion of a resolution of the City Council of the City of West Hollywood amending the master fee resolution for fiscal year 2019-2020. I don't think we need a presentation. Does anyone have any questions? There aren't any speakers.
How was this matter noticed?
As required by law.
That's my only question.
All right, so we have a public hearing. It's open. We have a motion to adopt. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? None. Passes 5-0, and the public hearing is closed. We will now move on to item 4A.
3B.
3B. Where's my little tab? Damn it. There we go. 3B. An ordinance of the City of West Hollywood establishing new public nuisance standards that address property maintenance and vacant property issues by adding chapters 9.6, 9.64, 9.66, etc. The public hearing is open. We have one speaker. I don't know if we need a presentation. Richard Kraft, did you wish to speak? All right. Thank you for waiting.
Good evening, Council. My name is Richard Kraft. I live in West Hollywood. I'm here to share my experience of living next door to a vacant property in our city. Several years ago, the next door property owner paid the longtime tenants to move out, and the building has sat vacant since then. It's fallen farther and farther into disrepair and poses a threat to public safety. Squatters have occupied the property, verbally harassing neighbors, leaving drug paraphernalia, and once even starting a fire. The property is rodent and insect infested, and overgrown dried brush poses a fire hazard to surrounding structures. Myself and many of my neighbors have had to call city offices and the sheriff countless times to deal with these problems. I'm grateful that Danny Rivas and his team have been trying diligently to address this situation, but it seems they don't have all the tools they need to effectively address this citywide problem. My understanding is that the ordinance changes you're considering tonight will help them deal with these structures by making property owners more accountable and allowing our code compliance officers to enforce more stringent compliance with city codes. I support the council moving in that direction and also for increasing financial resources dedicated to addressing this problem that degrades our neighborhoods and our quality of life. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kraft. Steve Martin, be followed by Council Member Duran requesting to make a motion.
Thank you, Mayor. Steve Martin, West Hollywood. As you heard from Todd Hallman, I mean, this has been a really big issue throughout the east side, but it's been particularly bad on Formosa and Detroit. I don't think that sometimes people don't realize just how desperate people are. I mean, we even had some people on Poinsettia Place where some homeless people moved in when they were on vacation. So, I mean, we really have to be vigilant about these things. And I think it's really important that letters of agency be signed. It should be a condition of having a development permit issued. I'm not sure whether recording code violations for houses that are going to be demolished makes a lot of sense. It's a lot of effort for the city, and it may be for people who are seniors and are doing reverse mortgages, it might be oppressive. But most of the houses in our neighborhood that are a problem are houses that are sold that are going to be demolished and developed. So it doesn't seem that it makes a lot of sense to be correcting code violations. I mean, I don't want to denigrate staff's efforts here because we really appreciate everything they're doing. But that to me just seems like it's a little outside the box. But anyway, thank you for your attention on this.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Councilmember Duran, you wanted
Move to close the public hearing and move the item.
I have a question.
Councilmember Heilman?
Yes, I'm sorry, I do have a couple of questions. Thank you to the speakers who came out tonight, and I know that's a difficult issue to live by a property that's not being maintained and is a nuisance. One of the questions I have is, we actually have a nuisance abatement program in the city where you can bring a property to the city council, we can declare it a nuisance, we can demand that it be demolished, we could put conditions and then pay the cost ourselves and slap the cost on the property. But that process seems to be almost never used. And so one of my questions is, why aren't we using that process when we have a property that's not being maintained and the property owner is not cooperative?
So thank you, Councilmember Hellman. So to answer your question, right now what we have is a pretty lengthy administrative enforcement process. So the way that our administrative remedies program works is you have to wait until the fourth occurrence within a 12-month period in order to pursue that from a misdemeanor offense perspective or even a public nuisance perspective. So that creates kind of a lengthy, drawn-out process. So what we're recommending tonight is to create more than once type of recommendation that would allow us, after the second occurrence within a 12-month period, to be able to pursue remedies such as those that you're recommending.
Well, I support what you're recommending, but I'm not sure that that's correct. I don't remember anything in the code that said that there had to be 4 violations before it could be brought to the council as a public nuisance, and we could order the abatement of the nuisance. So I would ask you and maybe the city attorney to look into that and check, because that may be a tool that's available that's not being utilized. The other concern I have with what you brought forward is the way you've defined a vacant property. And the concern I have is that you have listed different types of vacant properties, and one type is a stable vacant property where there really are no issues involved with it. It requires few repairs. It could easily be reoccupied. But nevertheless, you're requiring that property owner to pay a fee and register with the city. Why would we require that if the property is stable and not creating a problem? I think everyone is thinking of the property that is being developed and is going to be demolished and it's run down. But your definition of vacant property could also apply to somebody who is selling their home, has moved out, it's vacant, it's actively listed with a realtor, but they haven't sold it immediately, and it could be for more than 30 days. So maybe I missed that in the ordinance, or Jackie is giving you some clues here.
Yeah, so in terms of properties that are being sold or listed or actively being listed, as long as they are in compliance with the provisions that we're outlining in Chapter 960, then they would be exempt from having to register their property or be excluded from the vacant property ordinance altogether. So we did make a mention of that under the penalty section in the proposed ordinance.
But the definition also seems to apply to somebody who is gone for 2 months. That would be a vacant property for more than 30 days. If it's stable, why do they have to be registered?
So one of the conditions too would be for us to go out there and determine whether or not there are any violations on the property. If there were no violations on the property, then we would not address that as a vacant property. We wouldn't define it as a vacant property if there aren't any code violations. And again, to your point, if they're actively selling it or listing it, then we would not pursue that and it would be excluded.
But that's not what the ordinance says. The ordinance says that any vacant property has to be registered, and a vacant property could be a stable property, and it would have to pay a $750 fee, even though it isn't presenting, or $740 fee, even though there's no noticeable violation, no problem, there's been no complaint.
So again, I mean, if we do receive a complaint, we go out there, that is what's included under the $740 fee, the stable fee. That includes a 30-minute inspection. It's a recovery of costs for 1 code compliance officer and 2 deputies. So if we did receive a complaint, we would go out, make a determination on whether or not there would be any code violations that existed on the property. If there weren't, and we determined that there weren't any issues, then we would not require them to register their property.
I don't see how you have the authority to not require them to register when the ordinance requires them to be registered. Unless there's something I'm misreading here where you have the authority to waive all of these, but this is requiring every stable vacant property to be registered. So I don't live in a single-family home neighborhood, but
I asked the same question earlier today, and you gave me an answer that made sense. I mean, you can look at the email you sent me, which is that I guess somewhere else in the ordinance, Councilmember Howland, it says if it's for sale, it doesn't apply to this in 960. But I think I had this, I mean, I had exactly the same question, and I wrote it down and sent it. And so I just assumed that I accepted your answer because I didn't have any more thumbs to send any more questions. But I think it's worth sort of being clear. If 2 of us had the same response, it's a pretty good chance it's going to be out there.
So on page 8 of the staff report, under violations, penalties, and performance bond.
Yes.
So I'm sorry, I'm looking at the second paragraph. It's community safety and protection. So this says that the section authorizes the director to waive or modify any provision of the vacant property code if they determine it is warranted and establishes standards by which it is made in determining that. So that gives the director the ability or designee to require the registration of the property or not.
So, but my point is that if the property is stable, and as you defined it, it's well-maintained, requires no repairs, it can easily be reoccupied, why should that be discretionary with you? It should simply be exempt. It's not a problem property.
That is something certainly that we can look into, Councilmember Mullin.
I'm going to make that as an amendment because I don't think it's fair to tell a property owner who's maintaining their property, even though it's vacant, that they have to pay a registration fee and just depend on the goodness of your heart, and I know it's good, but to waive that for them. They shouldn't have to be bothered at all.
Sure.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Horvath.
Thank you. I'm glad to see a lot of what's in this report. I guess sort of following up on this last question, maybe one of the issues is typically code enforcement has been responsive to complaints that come in, and what this is changing is now it's making it a proactive, must register. And so I think maybe that's the issue. If it's complaint-based, then of course you could waive it. But if there's no complaint that comes in and it's just automatic that somebody has to apply for it, I agree that that's not what we want to be doing if the property isn't an issue. One of the things I wanted to add, though, is maybe we can get maybe a 3 or 6 month update after this goes into effect to kind of see how it's working, see where we're having some of these issues, and keeping track of what might be some of the problematic, routine calls that we're getting on addresses. I know some of those addresses were mentioned tonight. I know that property on Detroit has been plaguing the east side for a little while. And so I know that some of these changes will address that, but getting status updates, even if it's just like a receive and file kind of thing for council to be able to check up on that so people know we're watching, I think is important. So that's one thing that I would add if my colleagues are supportive. Thanks.
Councilmember Meister.
Thank you. A couple of things. I wasn't really clear. Is this going to apply to commercial vacant properties as well?
Yes.
Okay, so it will apply, so vegetation standards, all of that will apply, and that's a good thing. On the rodent and insect infestation, this is a small thing, but it says it should not endanger human life. I think we also have to consider the fact that sometimes when people use rat poison, then other animals have exposure to that, and that can hurt other animals. So it's not only human life, but it's also our companion animals and other animals. On page 6, where you have about the stable, at-risk, problematic, and failed properties, I don't really understand where it says, similarly, if the property went from at-risk to stable, the property owner would not be required to pay any future registration fees as long as the property remains in stable condition. But if it's vacant more than a year and staff has to go back to check on it, then why wouldn't you, if you're charging a stable property the first year, the $740, why wouldn't you charge a property that went from at-risk to stable, the stable rate, once they became stable, annually for as long as they are vacant?
When I was writing that, it became an issue of if mid-year a property goes from at-risk to stable, the time period for the stable payment, which we have listed, I believe, is January 1st, has already passed. So for that year, they won't have to pay that second payment for at-risk, which would be January 1st and July 1st. They would just be exempt from that second payment because they would be brought back into the
It would be for the
stable.
the second
So they wouldn't
year.
have to pay for it until the following January 1st.
Okay, but it is an annual payment
Correct.
based on whatever their status is.
Correct.
Okay. On the next page, you have on-site security guards. So you say that it may be required, right? So that's not necessarily a requirement. That'll be based on the.
Correct, yeah. Initially, that wouldn't be a requirement, but if we're having issues on the property and it necessitates requiring the security around the clock, then we have the ability to do that.
Okay, and then on the ordinance itself, and this is just a quick question on item, it's page 11, item P. Is that something that we're looking at, that we're able to make any comments on now? And if not, then I would just make a comment as a direction for another time, but.
Is that page 11 on the staff report, or
Page
is it
11 on the ordinance.
On the ordinance?
It has to do with uninhabitable buildings or dwelling units, and it says building or dwelling units may be deemed uninhabitable if any of the following conditions exist, and lack of safe potable water for more than 72 consecutive hours, lack of hot water for more than 5 days. That is just unreasonable. 5 days is just unreasonable. I mean, if everything else, electricity and gas service, is 72 hours, then that should also be 72 hours. And I don't know if we have an opportunity now, since we're looking at this, to make that change and how my colleagues feel about it, but I know that we did have a situation at Sierra Bonita where the hot water heater was out for more than 5 days. Those residents had no place to go, finally, the 5th day or 6th day, it was a week later, they put them up at a hotel. This is not, 5 days is not acceptable. So if we could make that 72 hours, that would make sense to me.
So that would be part of the motion, and you would have to ask the maker of the motion, who hasn't made his motion yet. And
I've accepted the amendments of both Councilmember Heilman regarding the exemption of certain properties and Councilmember Meiser's request for an amendment on the 72 hours.
okay, and then the seconder of the motion would be me.
You
and
accept
I,
those?
To accept them as stated, and I think, well, I'll get back to it in a second, the Mayor Pro Tem's discussion. So, did I delete myself? I guess I did. I deleted myself accidentally, but I did want to say that I very much support this, and we had some additional email conversation about the ability to demolish a unit, and I want to try and take my colleagues through a somewhat complicated, maybe I can do it on the first time, but so currently our ordinances allow the demolition of a structure. The director of planning, is that your title? Yes, you're, so can allow the demolition of a structure once they have an entitlement. But I think we had given direction 1 year ago in December to look at possible other options, and the staff report says, well, we have that option, so that's the option. But I want to ask my colleagues if we could give this possible ability to allow demolition after an application is deemed complete. Now, we all know John, and we all know the previous directors, and we all know who we all are as a city, so I can't imagine that we would begin demolishing buildings willy-nilly, but I do think that there are single-family homes that are just in terrible disrepair. There are conditions of buildings that instead of keeping it vacant for another 5 months while it goes through getting its entitlement, and then another 12 months while it gets its permits together, additional 17 months of a vacant building can be hell for a neighborhood, as evidenced by my neighbor to the south, and that one-story rat trap that we're going to keep existing behind a green screen fence that's now a wood slat fence that's now broken every time I walk by it, instead of simply allowing this one-story building with 2 apartments over a garage to be demolished. Now, I understand there's always the opportunity that that could be returned to service, and that's what I think John and the person who might be in that position would fully understand. But I think we need to have additional opportunities for landlords to demolish properties that are beyond repair. And I know there's even a comment and a paragraph that says staff as an alternate can allow the demolition of structures, but it's based on an independent appraisal of the damage and the costs associated, and 50% of the property value to bring it back up to repair. But who on earth would want to spend 50% of the value of the property to bring it back up to an uninhabitable state that just looks good, when really all they want to do is demolish the building? So I'm just saying that I think we should expand the opportunity for the director to have additional ability. And I can't imagine that any director would say, sure, demolish that 8-unit building because it needs a paint job, but I can imagine that there are single-family units on streets like Fuller or Shoreham or Sherborne, rather, or somewhere in the West Hollywood West, that really it's fairly clear that this building was bought as a tear down, and that's what's going to be happening. So I don't know if there's interest in doing that, and John, that would be a question about whether you would accept that as part of the motion. But it does give staff additional flexibility and allows us to trust them more to do the work of our neighborhoods instead of keeping all of these things in such a process that it could take an additional 2 years before a rat-infested single-family home that's bound to be demolished can finally be taken down.
I have no objection to it. I just wonder if staff can comment on your proposed amendment, just
Sure.
if they have
I mean,
any comment on it.
Thank you, John Kehoe, Director of Planning and Development Services. So we did talk about that a little bit. That is potentially moving the demolition of buildings earlier in the process. There are some pros and cons on both sides. In the last year, I think there was a building on Detroit that we declared a nuisance, and we had that building torn down during the planning entitlement process. So it was after it was applied for, but before Planning Commission. So there was a group of residents that were quite pleased with that the building came down because it was a nuisance. A different set of residents showed up at the Planning Commission meeting and were agitated that the building had been taken down during the planning entitlement process. And they felt that kind of swayed the discussion about the replacement building because it was now a vacant lot rather than an existing building. So that's the other thing we would have to weigh in any conversation is how does that influence the decision makers? Is it easier for a decision maker to look at demolishing a building or approving a new construction if it's a vacant lot than if they're having to also consider the demolition of the building and the replacement of a building? So that's one of the other things we'd have to all take into consideration if that became a staff level review.
And so I'm not suggesting you would allow it every time. I'm just suggesting that what it would mean is that you wouldn't have to build a case and set up a public hearing and bring it to the city council. You could just say, okay, it's within my purview. There's been a fire there. It's been broken into 3 times. The sheriff's department has been called 62 times. Well, the owner wants to get rid of it. They're not interested in replacing the drapes and painting the front door. Let's just get rid of it. And you can also say no. That's something I'm not going to allow you to do. Go fix it up. It's your job. Fix it up. I'm just trying to make sort of overlapping opportunities for the staff to help our neighborhoods get what they need. I don't know if you have any disagreements, because I think our housing policy is our housing policy, but this is about neighborhood policy.
I'm just thinking that, given the complexity of this, that maybe we should ask staff to come back with some specific recommendations on that particular sub-issue. I agree with you. We want to give them the authority to get rid of buildings that are nuisances and problems. We also have to be careful that we don't incentivize some property owners to just let their properties be terrible so that they can get an early demolition of a building that could be preserved. So I know that's not our intention, but we always have to be careful about that.
And it would be my assumption that all of the fees and charges and all of that would continue to accrue. And so I guess what we could do is ask for a separate report on that. But I have to say, Richard has been an incredible neighbor, and the fact that it's pretty clear that we have 2.5 more years at least of that empty, rat-infested, single-family monster on the corner of our neighborhood is really disheartening because,
Staff says they have the power to allow an early demolition, correct?
The early demolition is after the
only
planning
after.
We can
Okay.
allow demolition if the building official declares a building a nuisance.
Okay.
So that's when we can do it outside of that. I was going to suggest that maybe if the director approval was, at least for right now, limited to single-family homes, that way there's not the issue of demolishing multifamily unit buildings, that might be a way to, I think that's one where it's been more of a concern.
Would you be able to bring this back to us at our next meeting?
That's in 2 weeks, but we can certainly, look, I just want to bring that up, that I want to give you as much flexibility as possible to continue to work this problem from both sides. So if it's in January or whenever it is, that's fine.
The other thing I was going to say with respect to thank you for agreeing to my discussion about exempting stable units, but as the discussion took place, it seems like if the building was in the failed or problematic or at risk category and then is later moved to stable, then it seems to me that they should pay the fee because we're going to have to continue monitoring it. But if it's currently a stable property, I don't see why it has to register or pay any fees. They're the ones who are doing the right thing and maintaining their property. So I just wanted to clarify, that was the intent of my.
So my suggestion for the language to accomplish that would be to exempt stable properties from the registration requirement, the registration fee, and the vacant property mitigation plan. So it's numbers on page 15 of the ordinance, B1, B2, and B3. But there are some general property standards that staff wants to apply.
Exactly.
So that would be the language that I would add in 1964-020B. I would say the registration requirement in 1, 2, and 3 shall not apply to a stable vacant property.
Unless it was previously in one of the other categories.
Okay, unless.
Councilmember Hellman, so I just want to ask, is there any way for City Council to consider still requiring that property to be registered, but we would not charge a fee just for data purposes, so at least we have that property on our radar just in case if we do get calls in the future. A lot of times, sometimes we'll get calls for service, we'll go out, there won't be any issues at the time, but then 6 months later, there will be. So at least we could place it on a follow-up inspection with our staff for proactive purposes. We wouldn't charge them the stable fee or the registration fee, but we would at least have that in our database.
I just think if I'm maintaining my property and it's not a problem, why would I even know or think about to register it? It's just not something that I think, particularly if I'm a single-family homeowner, I just think it's overreach on our part to require registration when the property is being maintained properly and it's not a problem.
And Lauren, I would just add that as long as it remains in compliance. I don't know if that's clear or not, but.
So.
A little difficult because you register at the beginning. So you're either determined at the beginning to be stable, at risk, or whatever all these characteristics are. So if at the beginning they're stable, we would exempt them from the registration and all these burdensome requirements. And if they become problems over the course of this year, they move to another category, and then staff identifies them as a higher risk category and requires them to come in to register. Does that work for staff's plan for how this program would work?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Then the one other thing I would say for vacant property registration fees on page 16, for stable property, I would say not applicable. And then on the fee resolution, where do you have the amount, Danny? We don't need the amount for stable properties if they're not registering.
They're only registering if they were in another category previously.
Right.
Move to call the question. We ready?
Well, I think we're trying to do this tonight as a first reading, so this might take a couple additional minutes.
So, Lauren, it's actually on page 2 of 6 on attachment B under the proposed resolution.
Maybe we should keep that because we're going to clarify in the language of the ordinance. And then it's there.
Okay.
So are we allowing this to happen for single-family homes, or do we want to put all that in a separate staff report? It doesn't matter to me. I just am glad we're going to give you some additional discussion flexibility. Yeah.
Yes, we can add it to the single-family homes.
Okay. Do we need to change the ordinance, or we're changing? Because I think that's just that's a different ordinance, actually.
I think that's a different discussion,
We'll
and
have to do
staff's going to
that.
have to report back
Okay. Perfect.
with some options on that, because
So
we have a
that is part of the
discretionary
movement.
demolition
Part
permit.
of the motion, part of the movement. Yes, it's the movement. So thank you for all this, because as you know, it's something we constantly hear about, and it's a problem. We have a motion. It's been seconded. Are there any more questions from the city attorney? No? All those in favor or opposed, mark your votes. It passes 5-0. Thank you very much for this. That's item 3B. 3C is next. I don't have a tab. I'm looking. Hold on. Here we go. Item 3C is a zone text amendment regarding dwelling unit clarification. This is a public hearing to consider a zone text amendment to clarify the definition and requirements for dwelling units in response to the zoning interpretation 17-0001. We have some speakers. Why don't we have a short presentation?
Good evening, Mayor, council members, members of the public. My name is Rachel Diamond. I'm a senior planner in the Long Range Planning Division at the city. Tonight before you, we have a proposed zone text amendment related to the use of dwelling units within the city of West Hollywood. This item comes to you from a zoning interpretation that was issued in November of 2017 that, in short, basically said that dwelling units are supposed to be used for long-term use, and the interpretation stated that long-term use is 1 year or more. In December of 2017, an appeal of that interpretation was filed. It was upheld by the Planning Commission in April of 2018. That decision was appealed, and ultimately this city council upheld that interpretation on appeal in September of last year. Once the city adopted that interpretation through appeal, the city is required by our own laws to then codify that interpretation. So ultimately what you have before you is an actual codification of the interpretation that was adopted by council last year. The interpretation, again, stated that dwelling units are required to be leased for a minimum of 1 year. Previously, staff came to the city council with a zone text amendment that would have required that all dwelling units have an initial lease of at least 1 year, only for dwelling units that were provided entitlement for their approval as of May 1st, 2001. After a number of comments from council at the last conversation that we had, council provided some feedback on that proposal, and ultimately after conferring with legal staff, staff determined that this requirement should apply to all dwelling units. There is an exemption for leasebacks, as discussed at the previous council meeting. So if someone is selling a unit, they can lease back the unit during that transition period between ownership. This requirement would be evidenced through lease agreements, and there would also be conditions of approval added to development permits. As you can see in your ordinance, there is a date for leases starting February 1st, 2020, moving forward. This just gives us a date to start with. This ordinance, should it be passed today and approved on second reading, would be effective in mid-January. But again, this would give a date certain to help with educating the public on this issue. There are a number of alternatives that are also being proposed in your staff report. The first is to exempt condominiums and single-family residences and apply the 1 year minimum to apartments and accessory dwelling units only. For your convenience, should you wish to adopt alternative 1, that's actually included as a separate ordinance in attachment B of the staff report. Option 2, as recommended by the Planning Commission, would be to allow a certain percentage of each building to include less than 1 year leases. And option 3 would be to exempt single-family residences and accessory dwelling units. So the the requirement would only apply to apartments and condos in multifamily buildings. Like I said, this zoning interpretation was upheld and approved by the council. It's a legally binding interpretation of the law, and this zone text amendment would really just align the zoning ordinance with that adopted interpretation. So as recommended, staff would like for you to adopt the ordinance that's provided in attachment A. And additionally, staff is requesting that you direct staff to come back with a zone text amendment to implement a new land use type for the 31-day to 364-day stays. I know we have a number of members in the community that are concerned about the elimination of that length of stay, and so we'd like to move forward and develop that new land use type or permitting type to allow for that midterm stay in certain types of units. With that, I'm available for any questions. Thank you so much.
I had a question on the last item, the midterm stay. That would be for extended stay hotels and commercial zones, correct?
Well, we would look into it as a potential commercial or residential use. It could be an extended stay model, or it could potentially be some sort of mechanism to allow for certain dwelling units to have that medium-term stay. Should you have any specific direction, that would be very helpful.
I think that would just create a lot of confusion if we weren't limiting it to commercial zones about this ordinance. So, well, we can get into that discussion. Thanks.
Well, I actually had a similar question, which is if we're doing that, why aren't we just waiting to do it all at one time? What's the interest in doing this now and that later?
So one of the things that we wanted to do was immediately codify the interpretation itself and then move forward with an additional step should council wish to provide that direction to staff. We haven't been given that specific direction yet, so we wanted to throw that out there to try to provide a land use that kind of meets the that medium-term stay length.
Okay. So any other questions for, I actually have a question, well, maybe I'll do it later, for the city attorney, but I'll ask later. So we have several speakers, but not too many. The first speaker is Jenny Warman, to be followed by Anna Evans, and then Mr. Keith Kaplan.
I would urge that this is very onerous for individual homeowners and condominium owners. I myself am a condominium owner. We don't have any rental restrictions in our building. We like it that way. In fact, a few years back, the Homeowners Association took a vote to change our CCNRs to have lease agreements, and it was overwhelmingly voted down. I think the 31-day restriction that the city has is fine, but I just feel this is a huge overreach for property owners that, you know, may just want to rent their place out for 6 months because they're going out of town or have some individual issue. And it also provides a great opportunity for people that are here, for instance, here for just 6 months working on a film or a project, or students. So I really hope that you exempt individual homeowners and condominium buildings from this rule. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Warman. Anna Evans, to be followed by Keith Kaplan.
Hello, my name is Anna Evans Goldstein, and I am here on behalf of the 30,000 hospitality workers of Unite Here Local 11. I'd like to speak in favor of the zone text amendments that are proposed to clarify the definitions and requirements for dwelling units in West Hollywood. The language modifications will go a long way towards protecting housing in the city and ensuring that housing units are not converted into de facto hotels, as was done for the AKA building at 8500 Sunset Boulevard. We'd also like to thank Councilmember Horvath for pulling item 2H from the consent calendar. We need to do everything we can to protect housing and not pass any policies that may exacerbate the housing crisis. To that point, I would like to urge strongly against the direction to create a new land use type for housing for rentals for 31 to 364 days. It goes without saying that the city of West Hollywood is facing the regional housing crisis head-on, but we cannot afford to lose any more units to short-term de facto hotel use. The character of our communities is at stake as we allow a new land use designation that could turn housing that has been used for long-term tenants into de facto extended stay hotels. This land use designation could also create an even deeper challenge for enforcement, as the city is already grappling with the challenges of enforcing its current short-term rental ordinance. Medium-term visitors should stay in extended stay hotels, not our precious residential units. We applaud the city for working diligently to ensure a clear distinction between lodging units and residential units, and we believe that the creation of a new medium-term rental land use designation would only work to blur this line. Thank you.
Thank you. Keith Kaplan, to be followed by Genevieve Morrill.
Thank you, Mayor and members of City Council. Keith Kaplan, a 36-year resident of West Hollywood and real estate agent here in town. I honestly don't understand the motivation, the objectives for this in the first place. You're fixing something that isn't broken, and in attempting to fix it, you're actually breaking it. Every year, I do a considerable amount of business with the very people that we have tried to attract to the city. Actors who come in for pilot season and need something for 3 months. A major actor who comes here to do a 22-series television show and needs to be here for 6 months. Visiting doctors for Cedars-Sinai. I suspect every one of you up there, if you think back, knows a family who utilized this kind of housing when their sons were dying of AIDS in Cedars-Sinai Hospital. And that still happens today. These are the core values of our city, and to add the restrictions on these lease terms will force these people to go elsewhere. It absolutely contradicts the core values of our city. It also takes away the opportunity to introduce people who might become permanent members of our community, who will spend in our businesses, who will engage with the community, the kind of people we want. There is no benefit to this program. There is only a downside in creating what will be the most restrictive lease regulations of any city in the state of California. I urge you not to mess with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kaplan. Genevieve Morrill, to be followed by Ted Green.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Genevieve Morrill, President of West Hollywood Chamber of Commerce. We're here again. The Chamber of Commerce opposed this item in its previous iteration and in this newly revised, no exception. It's probably the same speech you heard a month ago. We really need a hybrid, and I had this speech planned, and then I heard what Rachel said about a new ZTA that might create a new, what we're really looking for is a hybrid. You know, we've had this before. We had, if you remember, corporate housing, we had Oakwood Apartments, we had extended stay. We don't have, if you research supply of this type of extended stay with our hotels, we don't have that. We have a couple hotels who might have a couple of suites, but they don't have what is to be accommodated for someone who needs an extended stay. You've heard a lot of people talk about Cedars-Sinai, the entertainment industry, people who come here look for work or want to find a home, such as my assistant at the chamber, who's now my event manager, who stayed at a hotel for a few days, and then it was a week or so, and it was too expensive, so then she found another place. This isn't something that's really impacting the Airbnb market. I've talked to our hotels as well, and they have no objection to 31-day stays. It's more of the Airbnb and the short-term rentals that are being done in the residential markets that are really impacting them now and coming up to be impacting them more. So we really think that there is something that's needed here. There's a sliver of the market that's needed for this short-term or extended stay. What you're impacting now are not the people that are abusing it. So I don't have a solution, but I loved what I heard just a minute ago, that there may be an opportunity for us to explore this other section of what we need. I appreciate what you said, Mayor. Why are we discussing this if we have this other option? I think we should look at this as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ted Green and then Ginny Rankin.
Thank you very much. My name is Ted Green. I've lived in and owned a condo at 8550 Holloway Drive, West Hollywood since 2005. The owners of the 2 apartment buildings at 8500 Sunset Boulevard are clients of mine. Renters come in all stripes. Some are looking for a place to live in for as long as they can foresee. Some need a place for a shorter period for a variety of reasons: work, life circumstances, calamity, getting a foothold in their new chosen community. And West Hollywood has always been a welcoming place. Now staff has before you a proposal that says, we don't want you if you're not our kind. If you can't sign a 1-year lease, go elsewhere. We don't want tenants to have choices. We want to force them into a 1-year lease. If your work or family member's medical situations brings you to Cedars-Sinai, go live somewhere else. If your home burned down or was flooded, you're not welcome here. Go away. Do you work in the academic, artistic, or creative fields and need a place to live for 5 months? Not here, buddy. Also, a 1-year minimum lease requirement in West Hollywood constrains the flexibility of West Hollywood landlords who are in competition with buildings across the region which do not have such a requirement. Question: have the hundreds and hundreds of condo owners, single-family and ADU owners, and apartment building owners whose flexibility in leasing their dwelling units is now threatened by this expanded proposal been notified? I didn't receive a notice, and staff is proposing to eliminate my ability to rent my unit out from between 6 months as allowed by my CCNRs and a year. The Planning Commission made some very clear recommendations that are referenced as alternatives in the staff report. At the very least, those should be studied and reviewed by the council before a decision is made. None of the proposals being floated by staff have been analyzed to determine whether they address the underlying problem the city should be tackling, the housing shortage. Where is the Rent Stabilization Commission's input on this issue? They voted to review the ZTA and were blocked in their ability to do so. Please vote no.
Thank you, Mr. Green. Jenny Rankin to be followed by Jackie Subek, and our final speaker is Steve Martin. If anyone else wishes to speak, please turn in a slip.
Hi, I'm Jenny Rankin. I've been a tenant living in West Hollywood for about 37 years. So happy birthday, 35th birthday. I've loved living in the city all these years, and one of the main reasons is the sense of community. And where I live now, I've been there 20 years. And so I started to notice the effect of short-term rentals, or the effect short-term rentals had on the neighborhood, beginning with the building across the street. About 5 to 7 years ago, there was a new owner, and they started renting out short-term. It was just this revolving door of people coming and going every couple months. And there were parking issues, noise issues, but it really affected the sense of community because I was noticing that the neighborhood watch was like, nobody really knew who or what to watch for anymore because everybody kept changing. And so now it's directly affected me with new ownership of my building about 2 years ago. They've been renting out 2 units short-term. It's allowing them to hike up the rent much higher than they would, I believe, if they were renting out for a year or longer. Each neighbor I've had with a shared wall for the past 2 years, I've had 5 different neighbors. None of them has bothered to introduce themselves to any of us. There's only 6 of us on the property. And it's like they're strangers, and they've each and every one of them been disruptively loud. It's usually short-term people, who have odd hours, and they're making the kinds of noise that the sheriff's office doesn't, pay attention to. It's not screaming loud parties, but it's like banging around and slamming doors and all that at odd hours. And it's affected my quality of life greatly. So I appreciate everybody listening to my side of the story. Thank you.
Ms. Rankin. Jackie Subek to be followed by Steve Martin.
Hi, good evening, Jackie Subek, 25-year resident. As Councilmember DeMoran said earlier, life in WeHo these days might be a product of our own success. Our hotels have become too expensive for people who need to be here for a couple of months. I mean, maybe it's families. I have friends who've come here from overseas, and they've got families that got little kids, and they don't want to be cramped into a hotel room and have to take out a year lease when maybe their husband or wife or partner is working, here for a few months. And also a 1 year, I was somebody who came to West Hollywood when I was really young, and I think that a 1 year minimum lease doesn't give anybody the opportunity to experience this place as a local, which is what I like to do, is come check it out, see how I'm gonna feel about it. A year lease feels like it's like you gotta buy it without trying it, and I just don't think that that's really how West Hollywood has been. It's like, this is a place that welcomes everybody, and so anyway, I think that I would encourage you guys to, not allow this to pass. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Subeck. Steve Martin, and to be followed by Jonathan Waters and John Erickson.
Steve Martin, longer than I want to say West Hollywood resident. I want to build on what Jenny Rankin said, and because it's about community. And what we're talking about is what I'm hearing is that we need to cater to a very small, affluent number of people and disrupt the quality of life in our community. Listen, if somebody needs to stay here 6 months, they can go to a hotel and generally negotiate a better deal. The fact of the matter is that these short-term rentals that are in residential areas have been very detrimental to the quality of life and have tended to take housing off the market for people who want to be real residents of West Hollywood. It's about greed. If I can get twice as much money for 6 months, I'm going to take that. And we really need to figure out ways about protecting our neighborhoods, protecting the integrity of West Hollywood. It's a very nomadic city as it is. How much more do we want to take to keep diluting that sense of community here? We need to defend our housing. The speaker for Unite here was right on. Tenants feel so much under siege right now as it is. And I understand there's a lot of moving parts here. And it used to be, 20, 30 years ago, the definition of a dwelling house was like porn. We knew it when we saw it. But it's become very, thank you, John. It's become very complicated, but we're making it complicated. It's this economy that panders to the affluent, to the 1%, not to the average person. And I think we need to look what our community values are, and figure if this in any way makes it more difficult for people to actually live here, then I don't think we should, I think we should go with what the staff's recommending, or at least a variation thereof. And I appreciate what John Heilman said, that we should be, if we're gonna adopt something, it should be, extended stay should be in commercial areas, because that just makes perfect sense.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Jonathan Waters, to be followed by John Erickson.
Thank you for your time. My name is Jonathan Waters. I'm a 15-year real estate broker, brokerage owner, member of the WeHo Chamber of Commerce. And I won't repeat and waste your time a lot of the great reasons I've heard on why we should not do the 365-day minimum. But what I can tell you, I've sold a lot of properties in this neighborhood, or in the city of West Hollywood, and I've am currently working with people who are trying to move into the city of West Hollywood who want to come in and rent and buy. And by creating a long rental minimum like 365 days, it really hamstrings property owners on keeping up with the economy, and to also understand with people that come in here either seasonally or leave seasonally and want to rent out their place while they're gone, it hamstrings those property owners. And these people typically don't want to stay in extended stays in hotels whenever they're here for that long. They want to stay in homes. And I think it allows, I urge you to not support that minimum, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Waters. John Erickson is our last speaker.
Hello, council members. A lot of Johns that just spoke. Well, it's true. I'm here today to speak around and parrot some of the other comments that have been said, but the 1 year portion of this amendment is very critical to, I think, the community that we really respect and have built here in West Hollywood for 35 years. Specifically, when you look at the people that are in your neighborhoods, in your buildings, I live in a rent-stabilized apartment. There are people that have lived in my building alone for 20 plus years. There's a reason. We need to defend our existing housing stock and make sure that we have people that live in West Hollywood that want to stay here and make an investment within the city. It's not just simply walking around and saying, maybe I want to live over here for a month and then come back in 2 years and maybe I want to live over here. I want to make sure that we're investing in housing stocks here, protecting what we have, and making sure that we build and continue to build the community of people that make West Hollywood what West Hollywood is. That is why this zone text amendment is important. That is why I support the 1 year, because that is what continues to make West Hollywood what West Hollywood is. Every person that comes up to a council meeting and comes and sits here says, I'm a 20-year resident, I'm a 10-year resident, I'm a 5-year resident. There are people and friends that I know that are banging down the door to try to find a year lease in West Hollywood. They don't want to just live here for 6 months, 2 months, 4 months. They want to be here. They want to continue to be here because we are a certain city that is the city of the future. And that is why I support what's going on here, and I think it is really important to making sure that the future of the city is protected and well established. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Adam Kroll. Adam.
Hi, council members. If I may offer, I agree with things that folks have said on both sides of this issue tonight. I think there's a very legitimate reason to have concern for how the length of lease terms may affect our community. I think there may be an option here, and I'm not a policy expert by any means, to require landlords, if they do offer short-term leases, to also offer year leases mandatorily. But I also think that if we're concerned about displacement, we're concerned about landlords pushing out tenants so that they can convert units into potentially more profitable units rented at shorter terms. And of course, I know we're not talking about the under 30, 31-day terms here. We can continue to try to put pressure on the state to make sure we can repeal the Costa-Hawkins Act and we can repeal the Ellis Act if we truly want to commit to protecting tenants from displacement. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kroll. Any comments or questions for the staff? I have a couple, but go ahead.
I just have I'm just wondering, do we have a sense on our, from host compliance, like how many of our short-term rentals are extended stay that are more than 30 days? I don't know if
I can't speak to
anyone
that. I
is
don't know. Is
still
anyone
here
from
from
code compliance here?
I think that would be interesting to know. Also, how many of our hotel units are units that have kitchens or, kitchenettes? Do we have any sense of that? How many rooms?
We don't. I
I
don't
know,
have that.
I know there are several hotels that, the Palais House Hotel was built with kitchenettes and some of
The Park also, right?
yeah, and then the old Ashkenazi hotels, they all had kitchens.
So we have a number of
Right.
hotels that provide that ability for someone who wants to be here for extended stay to have a kitchen so that they don't have to go to restaurants every meal. Should I just get into, I'll wait till you ask your questions.
So my questions are, I have some concerns about noticing of this item. I know it was noticed generally as a city council meeting was, but we did not mail to every property owner that might fall under this category a notice. We didn't do a citywide mailing.
We actually, initially, the item was noticed to discuss the dwelling units being leased for 1 year or more being only applicable to buildings that were approved May 1st, 2001 or later. So we sent a notice to all of those buildings. And when the item opened up, we fell into a category of requirement where we don't need to send an individual notice to each homeowner or property rather. So it was noticed in newspapers. There were continuation notices for the number of times that it was continued, but that mailer was limited to that
Okay.
first mailer.
So if, I guess, either version. If I own a condo or I own an apartment and I rent it for 6 months, who's the response? Who responds? What do we do? What do we say?
If someone is in violation of a future
We
regulation.
passed this and it was a condo or an apartment, and if we don't register units, I mean, this is my question about rent control. If we're not having units that were built after 1979 be on our rent control rolls, how do we even know they exist, and how do we know they've been rented for 6 months?
So we would work with code compliance, and I think to speak to your previous question about noticing, the first thing we would want to do is really talk to the public about this, and really educate people. I think once landlords and tenants understand what the requirements are, we'll have less compliance issues to deal with, frankly. But ultimately, we'll work with code compliance to set up a program to start enforcement. I mean, generally, our enforcement in this city is is complaint-based. But we do have host compliance. We could look to see if there's any ability to work with a company like that as well. But generally, we'll set up a program to educate and deal with issues on a case-by-case basis.
So we didn't send out a citywide notice, and we don't have a plan to enforce it unless the residents come forward with a complaint, which I understand that's how our Airbnb ordinance is working, although we are scraping some of the data and looking for that. I still have concerns about this generally, but I'm just concerned that we're setting up this new set of priorities, and it just feels like we're going to enforce it unevenly, or we're going to, those that we know about, the elephant in the room who brought this forward, and then one or two, because, and I'm sorry that, your neighbors are changing every 5 months, but they'll do that too. And then in a couple of years, realtors will forget all about this, and they'll just be renting it until one of them gets caught, and then we'll be, I just really wonder. I guess the third component of this is that we have Airbnb legislation and hotel legislation, which is 30 days and fewer, and we don't allow corporate housing, and now we want a 1-year lease, and yet we might have a ZTA, and we have this, we're not really actually looking at what our full use of places to sleep and live is, and some hotels have kitchenettes and some don't, but you can't stay in a kitchenette hotel for more than 30 days. You have to move out for a day.
You can stay for longer than 30 days.
Don't you have to move out for a day?
That's up to the hotel individually to decide whether they're going to allow
Because
you
if
to
they're
have
there for
tenancy
31
rights.
days, then they're a tenant.
But I would say, that the hotels that we've just talked to in West Hollywood all allow for longer stays.
If they move out for a day.
No, if you arrange it in advance, but they allow for more than 31-day stays.
So I guess I would say I think that we are, through the recommendation that we look at the midterm land use, we are trying to look more holistically at the type of uses that people are wanting to do in West Hollywood. We know that there's always been people coming in and staying for a short couple of months here, a couple of months there, and that's never been regulated in any form or fashion. And so we realize there might be more of that happening now, but also in connection with the overall housing shortage, we're having to look at how the impact that is on permanent housing that we're so actively trying to engage. So I think we are trying to look at it on a more holistic way by saying, direct us to look at that midterm, because that way we can kind of see how we can address that midterm use that's been there but never been regulated, and maybe we can come up with a way. We're not going to answer every single question. We're not going to solve every single scenario that someone could come up with, but at least we could try to put it into, I'm a planner, so maybe we could put it in a box.
And plan around it.
In an area that we as a city can understand that under these circumstances, we're okay with this type of living arrangement in the city, and then we have some way of knowing if it's getting too much into residential neighborhoods or in the commercial neighborhoods, we can then regulate it, and we can figure out what works best for us as a city.
Councilmember Duran.
Oh, thank you, Mayor. I don't have questions for staff. I guess I'm going to just set a stake in the land. This item before us tonight actually has two separate components. One is the zone text amendment on the dwelling unit clarification. And then the second is directing staff to come back in the future with a future zone text amendment around the concept or some concept of corporate housing. I actually intend to vote no on each of the components for two different reasons. On the primary issue before us regarding short-term housing and longer-term stays and trying to require a one-year lease, I think that we can't look at this through the lens of the current litigation that we're involved with AKA. I think that's actually in some ways distorting our perception about what we're doing here. I think it's important for us to accept the reality that our rent stabilization ordinance was a great success. And you know, I have to hats off to John Heilman and the very first council that to making that the first thing that we did to create a rent stabilization ordinance. I think it has successfully stabilized neighborhoods now for 35 years, creating long-term tenancies that otherwise would not have existed but for the creation of rent control in this city. One of the speakers talked about repealing Costa-Hawkins and Ellis through the legislature. Actually requires a vote of the people. It was on the ballot 2 years ago, and it failed. So there was an attempt to try to repeal Costa-Hawkins and repeal Ellis, and state of California voters rejected the idea, primarily because not many communities around California have the strict rent control that we enjoy here. So we're dealing with a new paradigm, a new reality, and that new reality is that average rentals in West Hollywood are going through the roof. People are paying $2,000 a month for a studio, $2,500 for a one bedroom, $5,000 or more for a two-bedroom apartment. That is the current reality in which we exist. And one of the extensions of that reality is that the incentive to remain in an apartment is very different when you're paying $1,500 a month under rent control compared to $2,500 a month not under rent control. So the incentive to stay in one apartment when life throws its changes or relationships change or families get started, I think people start to look at other alternatives besides committing to a lifelong term in West Hollywood. I would recommend it for anybody. I love living here. Can't imagine living anywhere else. But I wouldn't feel that same way if I was paying twice the amount of rent that I pay today. I would probably be looking at other options for more space, closer to freeway, other alternatives like that. And I think the reality is that in the future, as we project forward into 2050, we're going to see a lot more short-term tenancies than long-term tenancies as all apartments reach market rate levels. I think that's just one of the realities that we have to accept in terms of the future of the city of West Hollywood. If you look at where you have another, our new city budget just came out, and the average daily rate for our hotels is now $300 a night. Some are higher at $400 and $500 a night for hotels. So just telling people who are coming out here to be at Cedars for a few months or have a cataclysm to deal with family or working on the Oscars or working at a movie studio on a project to just go rent a hotel room means taking on a significant expense of $9,000 a month minimum or more. And why would we? I get the concern about noisy tenants, but I will tell you in my apartment building, we have a lot of new people moving in that are paying market rents who are also getting evicted after 3 or 4 months because they can't afford the rent and they're a nuisance. So just having young people move in, it's just part of the reality of living in West Hollywood. There's no guarantee they're going to stay at market rents. So I think that, you know, as we move forward, we have to acknowledge that the reality is that people are now participating in a shared economy, in shared resources, in shared transit, in shared housing. It is the reason why Uber and Lyft and Airbnb and scooters and the whole world is changing before our very eyes. and we want to adhere to 1984. Like, we need to stick to what's always worked while the world continues to evolve all around us. So I think that looking towards the future, many of the young people who are moving into West Hollywood, and they're primarily young women, they are employed as consultants, as independent contractors. They are not bound to any one company. They are bound to their own livelihood and their own businesses and their own entrepreneurship. And that we should be accommodating that reality of the new economy, whether we like it or not, and be open to new options and new ideas. So I think the second part of this staff recommendation tonight regarding creating new zone text amendments for corporate housing needs a whole lot of forethought, a whole lot of deliberate and intentional discussion, a whole lot of stakeholders ranging from property owners to people who are coming in here for short term to people who've been here long term, and that before we flesh something out, we have to first consider the question, do we want to create a category for short-term rentals and or corporate housing? We may decide as a community we don't want to, but before we decide up or down on such a critical issue, I think we need to look at the current economy, current things being put out, not by this particular labor secretary. I actually like the last labor secretary better, Robert Reich. But the reality is there is a new economy, and that the labor itself is going under monumental changes where people are not sticking to unions like they once did in this great country. Now union households are at the lowest level ever, and instead we're seeing young people who are becoming entrepreneurs and self-employed. And those are the kind of individuals that would probably look at West Hollywood as a great place to live, maybe for 3 months, maybe for 6, maybe they get here, they fall in love with it like I did, and decide to stay for 20. But before we foreclose any of those opportunities, I think we need to have a more deliberate and thorough discussion. So I intend on voting no on both options tonight for the reasons that I said, and I wish we would be a little bit more forward-thinking about all this rather than looking at our past. Thank you.
Thank you. Council Member Meister was waiting, and then we'll hear from Council Member Horvath. You're on, yes. You were waiting.
So I disagree with my colleague to the right. I think that short-term rentals and extended stay have basically impacted our housing affordability in a negative way, impacted our housing availability in a negative way. I think they've caused rents to increase, and they're not good for neighborhood stability. I think that we should put the 1-year minimum lease on all apartments, because apartments are supposed to be in the business of providing housing. Also, we have built many apartment buildings that have received bonuses to provide permanent housing. So again, I think that I have no problem with a minimum 1-year lease for all of the apartments in our city. I do think that for houses and condominiums, that we should follow the same, we should be consistent with the short-term rentals and allow for hosted extended stay rentals in houses and condominiums. And if condominiums, they have their CC&Rs and they can decide, you know, whether or not they want to allow that or not. But I think that it would only make sense for to be consistent with our short-term rental policy in terms of houses and condominiums. I also think that any kind of consideration of a medium-term housing should be, or corporate housing should be commercial use and only in a commercial zone. You know, I'm sitting here, I was just sitting here trying to work out numbers, and I'm hearing this, oh, well, you know, people can't afford to go to hotels. Well, you know, at $300 to $400 a night, at 12 weeks, you're talking about $30,000. That's what they're charging for rent for a house in West Hollywood West for 1 month, and they're making a business of that. They're building houses in our neighborhoods just to rent them out for 30 days or 31 days, and they're charging $30,000 a month. And then when the hearings were happening for AKA, I had watched several of them at the Planning Commission meetings, and people got up there and said, hey, I'm just paying $10,000 a month. Isn't that a great rent? No, it's not. And you can be paying that at a hotel. And I'm sure, as someone said, they can be getting a deal at La Park or somewhere for if you're going to be there for more than 30 days, or you're going to be there even more than a week, they're going to give you a deal. And it's not going to be as expensive as renting a house or an apartment, a modern apartment or a house in West Hollywood. So I think that I would go with alternative one, except that I would say that they would have to be hosted just as they are with short-term rentals. The alternative one, the option where we allow houses and condominiums to decide, but the same as short-term rentals, they would have to be hosted for consistency.
Mayor Pro Tem Horvath.
Thank you, Mayor. On the first recommendation that's before us, the way I'm looking at it, state law, zoning code, and building code all need to be consistent, ideally, or at least working together. Right now, and what we're being asked to talk about is the length of time, but I think we also need to talk about what we're actually defining as a dwelling unit, and then we can talk about who can occupy it and for how long. In the zoning code, there are two terms: housekeeping unit and dwelling unit, and in the building code, there are two terms: dwelling and dwelling unit. And so I know that all of those terms are not before us tonight, but I think making sure that we're consistent about what it is we're defining, both that the zoning code and the building code address the same things is important, and that so we're very clear about what our definitions are, if that's the goal of what we're trying to do here. But I think beyond that, if what's before us tonight is the length of stay, in my experience as a renter in West Hollywood, I have never been offered anything other than a one-year term. For me, this is codifying what has not only been standard practice, but has been my personal experience as a millennial who moved to West Hollywood after 2000. I don't think, I know that we're, in the staff report, it's indicated that leases signed after February 1st, 2020 would have this apply. But to me, this has always kind of been what's in effect, so you can put whatever date you want. This is the way, in my experience of West Hollywood, this is what has been the case all along. If other people, if that's been happening, it's not been something that I've known about, and it's certainly been not been the intention of the communities that we've created as far as I have seen. I think what we're trying to do is make sure that people are able to live in residential communities and separate commercial use from residential use. So I'm supportive of the one-year term definition, and I just think that we need to look at all of the definitions in our respective codes and make sure they all match up and we're being consistent about what it is we're defining. As far as the second recommendation, implementing a new land use type, for me, this is more about where our priorities are. I think we're in a housing crisis. I don't think that housing crisis is for people who are trying to come and act in the entertainment industry. I think the housing crisis is for people who are financially struggling. They are on the verge of homelessness. They are already homeless because of the rising cost of rents. Contributing factors to the rising cost of rent is the ability to now rent units on short-term platforms and taking these units off the market for quasi-commercial purposes. Yes, things are changing with these platforms coming online, but to whose benefit? It hasn't been benefiting low-income folks. The people who are benefiting most are the people who own and run Airbnb or platforms like that, or the corporate rental entities that are trying, that are opening for $10,000 a month or $30,000 a month or whatever it is.
I don't understand those kind of numbers. I live in a rent-controlled unit, and I'm paying off my student loans, and that's sort of the, my life experience. So, people who are struggling to find, who are able to afford $30,000 a month for rent, God bless. That I'm not concerned about you finding housing options. What I am concerned about is that when we're creating housing, who are we creating it for? And that's why we're being clear about what housing means and for length of stay. It's not because we're trying to create burdensome mandates. It's because we're trying to more clearly articulate what it means to be in community with each other. And I think I am concerned about introducing yet another land use type on our ability to enforce and create, and especially in residential zones. So if I agree with what some of my colleagues have said tonight, if we're going to move forward with this, I think it should be focused in commercial areas. I think the type should be defined as commercial. It is not housing, in my opinion. It is commercial in nature. And whether it's a corporate rental, however you want to qualify it, that's where the conversation is for me. And I prioritize housing for people who are barely making ends meet and really need places that they can afford. I think that's where we need to be focusing the development of housing. If people are interested in creating hotels, it sounds like there's interest in creating corporate rentals, but we don't, corporate rental hotels, but I'm much more interested in maximizing all of the opportunities, especially with the RHNA number mandate that's out. We have to find places where we can create more housing in this community. That's where I think our priorities are, or at least ought to be. So.
Councilmember Heilman.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you to everyone who came out to speak, and thank you to our staff who've been dealing with this issue for some time. One of my colleagues suggested that our perception is distorted because of the AKA situation. In fact, my perception has been crystallized as a result of that. We have to do everything possible to preserve our residential housing. We have to do everything we can to preserve our residential rental housing because we are in the midst of a terrible housing crisis. And turning over residential housing to short-term occupancy is not a good thing. It doesn't contribute to the sense of community. It doesn't contribute to solving the housing problem. Some of the speakers talked about people who want to come here short-term, actors, directors, people who have family members at Cedars, people who have a sudden crisis in their family or their home has been destroyed in a fire. All of those are very noble and important, but in terms of our priorities have to be for those who want to live here permanently on a long-term basis. So I definitely support the one-year requirement. And as Lindsay said, the reason why most landlords are not here protesting this is because most landlords routinely require a one-year lease. That has just been standard practice. Most landlords don't want somebody who's going to be there for 3 months and then they have to repaint and re-rent, and then there's a gap in renting out because they'll lose rent for that time. They want the security of having a long-term tenant. Now, we know that recently there have been a lot of landlords who've been taking advantage of the short-term rental market and taking long-term units off and converting them to short-term rental because they can make more money doing that. But that doesn't solve our housing problem. It doesn't help our housing problem. It actually exacerbates our housing problem. So I'm definitely in support of the one-year minimum. I do understand what staff is suggesting with respect to extended stay. At least in the commercial area where we already have one, right? AKA is essentially operating as an extended stay. We should allow for that kind of use to take place in the commercial zones where at least it already exists. Anything future would have to be decided by the Planning Commission and the council. And again, like my colleague, I would prefer permanent residence and residential housing, even in the commercial zones, over short-term stay or medium-term stay. But I do think that it is, obviously it's in existence. We should have a zoning category that would allow it in a commercial zone, but I don't know that we want to encourage it. In terms of alternative one, this seems to make sense to me, that we wouldn't apply this to condominiums that already have CC&Rs that regulate their buildings. That isn't our primary rental stock anyway. Our primary rental stock is in apartment buildings. And single-family residences, although we've had problems there, I think most single-family resident owners are not going to be renting out for short-term stay. We've had some new developments that have done that, but it doesn't seem to be the major problem that we're facing. The major problem for me is our apartment units being converted into short-term stay, and that, to me, exacerbates our housing shortage and our housing problems. So that's where I am on things.
Thank you. I'm pressing my button. I would like to say, Councilman Harmon, that I too support option one with respect to condominiums and houses. Full disclosure, I own a house, and I own a house that I rent, but I too have only ever considered renting for 2 years, as a matter of fact, because I want to make sure that, you know, the people there are interested in being there. But I think, I still think that we're moving this along and we're leaving something behind, and what we're planning to do is sort of trounce over our 18-month ago no corporate housing item that we passed by asking them to come back with a corporate housing plan. And then we have Airbnbs and we have hotels, and we came up with a way to solve that. But so I don't disagree at all. In fact, I agree 100% that protecting our rent-controlled apartments has to be our primary consideration. I'm concerned that we now have a state rent control law, and we now have no way to actually be in communication with any building built after 1979 that would affect a fair number of units that we're trying to regulate. And so I'm just concerned that we're putting in place a set of regulations with no actual plan for regulating them, other than requiring neighbors to write to one of us, send us an email, contact us on Twitter, come to a city council meeting. And to me, that just seems like 2/3 of the solution not coming along with 1/3 of the solution, which is saying you can't do it. So I'm still undecided about whether it's time now to do this, but I do want to say that I appreciate that there seems to be movement toward excluding condominiums and single-family residences. Anyone else wish to speak or make a motion?
Try. My motion would be to introduce this on first reading with option one, which is attachment B, that we direct staff to come back with a report regarding extended stay hotel in commercial zones, in large part to reflect what already exists. And that we ask staff to come back as well with an enforcement plan.
So I have a friendly amendment. And,
how friendly?
Well, would you be willing to send a citywide mailing to apartment and condo and homeowners saying that this is on our first reading, and we're going to have a second reading at a date certain, and we just want to be really clear with condo owners, this is how we're moving, really clear with single-family homeowners, this is how we're moving, and really clear with apartment owners, this is how we're moving, because I think this is going to change the landscape of our housing policy pretty dramatically.
Well, if we're exempting condos and single-family homes, which is what option one does, I don't know that we need to send a notice to them because we're not really changing any rules with respect to them. But with respect to the apartment owners, I think that should be part of maybe the direction is not just an enforcement plan, but a notification plan before this comes back on second reading.
Okay, and I will agree that we probably don't need to notify condo owners, but I know of the 75 or 80 realtors who notified us, they all think that's what we're going to do tonight. And so it may be that all we need to do is tell them we're not, and word travels nothing like good gossip to get a West Hollywood wagging. So, maybe that's all it takes. But I just would like us to be clear the way we were about seismic upgrades. So,
May I ask a point of order? It sounds like we're going to send notice out to tell people something we've already done and giving them an opportunity to come between first and second reading. That seems to me to be telling people the horse is already out of the gate. It just seems like an odd thing to do. We've already done this on first reading. You can come if you want on second reading, but we've already done it. It just seems odd.
Not effective until it's been second read and there's 30 days that passes.
I understand that, but it really inhibits people's ability to fully participate, to give them the opportunity only to come at second reading where things rarely, if ever, get reversed or pulled. It just seems odd to me in terms of order that normally we would give notice like this before an item is heard and reviewed.
I just wanted to ask staff a question, and this may be my not a lack of clarity on the attachment exempting condos. My understanding was that would exempt an individually owned condo by an individual owner. They would be allowed to rent, but if I built a building as a condo building, I wouldn't be allowed to rent out all of those units as the builder of the building until they were actually sold to individual owners.
That's correct. They'd have to be legally condominiumized into individual parcels in order for this to apply, where they wouldn't have to, they would be able to rent for
owned
less
by
than 1 year.
individual owners.
Right.
So should
Is
we
that your
clarify
understanding?
that? Well, I think we could say individual condominium units. Would
Yeah.
that be more clear than just condominiums generally?
Yeah, I mean, that was the intent,
Yes.
that somebody like Jenny, who owns her unit in Park Wellington, wouldn't be subject to this ordinance. But if I am a new developer and develop a condo building or an apartment building, I can't rent for, I can't do 30-day stays at that building because it's approved for residential dwelling. Okay.
Yes, individual condominium units owned by individual owners. What is that?
Under individual ownership.
Under individual ownership. Perfect.
I think that was I think
I
that
think
was
the
staff's
intent.
intention, right?
Yes.
That's correct.
Yeah,
You could
okay.
own multiple condominiums, but it would still be under individual ownership.
Correct.
Yeah, that's good.
Can I speak?
Yes. Go ahead.
When you come back to talk about the other land use or the midterm, can you also bring information about, from host compliance, to find out how many people, what percentage of people are renting extended stay, and also our hotel, how many of our hotels provide units that have kitchenettes?
We can definitely bring that back.
Okay, great, thank you.
And can you also just confirm what may be my misunderstanding of what hotels are allowed to do with 30-day rentals and 31-day rentals?
Sure. So in the definition of hotels, and when we come back?
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. Just I know the definition, I want to make sure. So we have a motion. I believe we understand what it says. Covers direction 1 and direction 2. Shall we mark our votes? And it passes 4-1. Thank you very much. We will now move on to item 4A.
What is 4A?
Did I miss one?
Am I still
Is there
here?
a 3C? Yes, let's take a 2-minute break.
In commercial zones only
I am not here.
to
Yeah, I'm good to sit down.
some report on that. Yeah. And in part to reflect that AKA actually exists.
All right, we're going to talk about item 4A and 2K at the same time. And unless my colleagues want some kind of a staff report, I think we are ready to have a discussion. Who would like to begin?
I think that staff should give a brief.
Oh, there we go. We'll begin with that. Please give a brief or long staff report about this item and item 2K.
And we have no speakers, so I just wanted to point that out. Yeah.
For those watching along at home, we can.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. We were asked just to provide a brief overview of the city's homeless initiative, and we'll do that very quickly, and then we're happy to share the summary of findings from the report if you wish. Just as we're joined here tonight by our consultants for the demographic survey, Abby Arnold and Kim Murtaugh, also by David Juni, our social services manager, and Elizabeth Anderson and Diane Kahn-Epstein, program administrators in the Strategic Initiatives Division. Quickly, the city's efforts to address homelessness remain multidisciplinary and collaborative. As you can see on the screen, we're going to pop up. These are some of our partners that we work with, and those range from our contracted agencies like Essentia, Step Up on Second, and the LGBT Center, to Cedars-Sinai, the Sheriff's Department, and the LA County Department of Mental Health. The city provides a robust and comprehensive continuum of services, from prevention in the form of rental assistance to street outreach, benefits assistance, mental health support, case management, substance abuse recovery programs, education and employment programs, access to health services, shelter, and ultimately housing. In the last social services contract period, the city, through its contracted providers, housed 83 people, provided more than 10,000 nights of shelter to LGBTQ youth, and substance abuse recovery services to more than 300 individuals, many of which were formerly homeless. We've had a number of programs that we've shared with you here before about our outreach program at the West Hollywood Library. You heard about the MET team embedded at the West Hollywood Sheriff's Station earlier this evening. And we've also shared with you previously, we're engaged in the regional response to homelessness by working with the County Homeless Initiative and specifically with the West Side City's Council of Governments to develop a regional plan to address homelessness. We're happy to share the findings of the third annual demographic survey with you this evening, and we're here to answer any questions.
Mayor Pro Tem Horvath.
Thank you. What accounts for the increase in people experiencing homeless who are veterans? It seemed, from what I read in the report, the number of people experiencing homelessness in West Hollywood who are veterans has increased.
The number went from 3 to 8. That represents an increase over from the last survey finding. We've had in past years, the survey administrators have tried to find information about people's veteran status. Sometimes they're willing to share that. These are self-reported. Sometimes people are willing to share that, sometimes they weren't. Sometimes people did serve, but they were not honorably discharged, and so they haven't been eligible previously for other benefits, and so didn't identify that way. We don't know if there was a cluster of people that were interviewed at the same time who were all veterans, but it is something that we'll be looking at in terms of kind of follow-up, is engaging with PATH that has a specific veterans program. We also learned that the MET team that you heard about tonight, there's a specific veterans MET team that we will be accessing, and we'll be bringing those resources in to the city on an ongoing basis, but also specifically for our Homeless Connect Day in March.
Thank you. It also seems that the number of people who have HIV has increased. So is it the same people, or do we have a higher rate of contracted HIV cases, or is it that new people are moving in? Is it the same people? I'm not sure if I'm asking that question clearly. Does that make sense?
So I wanted to provide just a little context. It was good timing to get this data because it also coincided with us getting the most recent data from HIV Epi, specific to West Hollywood. What we see with the folks who, it's self-reported, folks who self-report that they're HIV positive living on the streets is very similar to the county epidemic and a little bit different than our residents who are living with HIV. We saw for all of these cohorts that we're talking about tonight, we have a larger sample size. So this was the most participation that we had, I think it was 68 participants. So even when we look at veterans, we've got more folks that we're working with, and that's the effectiveness of these teams. So with that, in addition to the fact that we've got more, this was the first time in the 3 years that we've participated that the majority of folks said that they were from the LGBT community. That's the GB part, and the T, that is our HIV epidemic. So we saw different folks, there could be some same, but we saw additional folks self-reporting HIV. It looks like the county, we had out of that, I think there were 19 folks, it was 28%, so they self-reported HIV positive. Of those, 5 were trans women, and then the majority of the other folks were African American and Latino. That's the county epidemic. What we see in West Hollywood, one of the other kind of distinguishing factors is that the average age of the folks living on the street with HIV is 37.7 years. West Hollywood, majority white, average age 51 years. So what we see are folks, it looks much more like the county epidemic. We see, the LGBT community coming to West Hollywood. We have, if you don't want to be on the streets, but if you're going to be living on the streets with HIV, perhaps a person of color, we are a resource-rich community, and we're able to bring you into service. So potentially, word gets out that if you're needing service, if you're living on the streets, West Hollywood is a safe place to be.
Okay, that makes sense. One thing I noticed was that even though there was an increase in employment, it didn't mean that it changed their homeless status. And so I think just to say that out loud, that employment doesn't guarantee a change is also an important factor. So I guess based on the questions I asked, I would say, looking at programs that help us serve folks to prevent HIV contraction, those who are living with HIV, how do we care for them, and also what services are available for veterans. It sounds like you guys are making all those connections, which is really important. The last connection I would ask that we take a look at is convening the city's community response team to domestic violence. Kind of been pushing for that for a little while now, so hopefully maybe this report will help to make that happen. It seems overwhelmingly that there's a lot of connection between domestic violence, history of violence in someone's life experience, leading to experience of homelessness. So, how can we reconvene those resources, that expertise? I'm sure those agencies are also serving some of these people. What can we learn? How can we connect the dots and connect them to care and services more effectively? Those are my comments. Thank you.
Councilmember Heilman.
Thank you, and thank you to the staff and to our consultants for their work in gathering this data. Councilmember Meister and I serve on the homeless subcommittee, and this data is important. It's helpful in understanding the characteristics of the people who are homeless in West Hollywood. It helps us with planning for services. I do want to caution us to be careful with this data. It's a very small sample size, only 68 participants, and a lot of the information is self-reported. So most people who are suffering from mental illness are not going to report that they have mental illness. They may not be aware that they're suffering from mental illness. So some of the information that's contained here, we have to take it with a little bit of caution. It is influential, it's helpful, it does give us some demographic information, it does give us some basic information in terms of some of the conditions that lead to homelessness. Some people may report unemployment or employment, but their employment is really not what we would think of as employment. It may be that they're scavenging and selling recyclables, but we wouldn't consider that necessarily a job that would get somebody out of homelessness. And some people are unemployed or are employed, and we're able to get them out of homelessness relatively quickly with the work that Corey does. Those are usually the people who are easiest to get into a stabilized situation because they do have some income. But this is influential, and it's important information. The subcommittee has been communicating with Supervisor Kuehl's office. We're also going to be coming back perhaps with some additional recommendations. One of the big problems that we face are the service-resistant homeless individuals, particularly those who are suffering from substance abuse and mental health problems. Those are the ones that I think are probably some of the most challenging for our service providers to deal with. So we may be coming back with some additional recommendations on how to deal with those individuals. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Meister.
Thank you. I'm sorry that the speakers that were here earlier aren't still here, because they brought up some percentages of how our homelessness has increased by, I don't know, 30%, and LA has only been 20%. LA has how many homeless people? 35,000, 40,000. The bulk of the 50 or 60,000 is in the city of Los Angeles. And when you compare that to 100 people here, yes, it's a 30% increase, but we're talking about 30 people versus 10,000 people. So just want to put that in perspective. I know that in the survey, we also have the interviewers assess the mental health status as best they can. Is it correct to say that at least over half of the homeless people we speak to on the streets have either a mental health issue or a substance abuse issue?
Yes, so this year, 51.5% of the respondents, so when the surveyors were asked, do you see any evidence of signs or symptoms of mental illness, alcohol or drug abuse, or a serious physical health condition, they report 51.5% too.
So this is one of the reasons that I wanted to discuss 2K at the same time that we discuss this, because you have and I don't know, can I just go ahead and move over to 2K? Some action items, which we appreciate. One of them being to identify space to a located day center, and then the other to explore possible locations for a temporary bridge housing facility. And my concern with 3B, which is the temporary bridge housing facility, is unless we have the support of health, services, social services to provide mental health, to provide those with mental health issues support, and those with substance abuse, that's going to be, I think, a very tough action for us to go towards, and that's why I just want to make sure that we're being realistic about this. I can see much more 3A, which is to provide space to locate a day center. We have several possibilities, and boy, wouldn't it be nice if the county would make room in the Metro building for a day center to provide services to our homeless population. And I think that's something that we should be pushing for, especially since the county owns that property. And the county is getting the money from Measure H. The other thing is, and obviously Goal 5, we continue to look for permanent housing options and support our affordable nonprofit developers. So that's obviously a good thing for us to be looking at in terms of this implementation plan. But again, I just want to suggest that 3B may not be the most realistic of action items. I also would say that we've discussed this before, to identify an inventory of sites that organizations like AHF and Step Up can use for redeveloping repurposing motel properties as housing. We do have a few motels, and I know that, they're not, right now, they're not for sale, but I think this is something we should be looking at, and that we should be putting maybe pressure on the county to come up with some thoughts about how we can maybe attain those properties, and maybe not only some ideas, maybe some money for that. So that is why I wanted to discuss 2K with this, and thank you for your work on this. We appreciate it. It's always helpful to be able to see what our homeless population is looking like.
So we have a...
Can I just ask a follow-up question? In terms of 2K, in terms of exploring bridge housing, you would certainly, I think Lauren's correct, you would certainly be coordinating with service providers who would be able to provide those wraparound and supportive services, correct?
Absolutely. Our grant that was where we were awarded the funds included letters of support from our current contracted agencies that they would be interested in participating in programs like that. And they have, we've talked to the county about having our agencies, our contracted agencies, have first right of refusal to provide services in anything that we would develop here in West Hollywood.
So I just want to be clear. So this is just to write a report to say, here's 5 different sites, and here's 5 different or 10 different possible providers, and then you'll come back to us and say, City Council member, are these 5 sites okay? We might say, no, make it 6, and then go find money and do your thing. I mean, this isn't, with $300,000, you're not opening a shelter.
No.
I mean, yeah, okay.
No.
All right, we have a motion to adopt both items, 2K and 4A. Mark your votes, and they pass unanimously. Thank you
Mayor,
very much.
regarding our agenda for the rest of the evening, it looks like the people in the audience are all here for item 6A on cannabis.
I was going to
And items
suggest
2H, J, and M, which are on SCAG and aging, there are no speakers signed up.
Right.
Can we
I was
reverse
gonna
the
sug-
order and
yes.
do 6A and clear the room and then finish up the other stuff?
I was going to suggest just that, since we are now through our regular agenda.
Okay.
We can go to 6A and do excluded consent after that, if there's no objection. All right, we're going to move on to item 6A. Thank you, everyone. And item 6A is from the City Manager's Department. I believe John Leonard is going to be here to ask questions. I don't know if we need a staff report. We do not. I don't see anyone asking for a staff report. City Attorney, are we good without a staff report? Okay, we had a number of speakers, I'm going to say 10, who already spoke when this was on consent temporarily, and we have 3 more speakers to speak on this item now. Edgar Kalatian will speak first, and then Jonathan Waters, and then Steve Martin. Edgar, thank you for staying so late.
Better than the alternative. Mr. Mayor, members of the council, thank you very much. Edgar Kaladian with the Antidote Group. One of my partners, Kirk Kartosian, spoke earlier today. We are very thankful and fortunate to have been awarded one of the edible-only licenses. We are proud to be a restaurant. We do not want to be retail. We want to be a very successful restaurant that sets a great example for the city of West Hollywood throughout the world, because we know everyone is watching, and we want to follow the rules. Just like every restaurant, we want our patrons to have the ability to take the food that they come in, that they order, that they pay for, to take their leftovers home. 100 milligram limitation, frankly, it has no basis. It's not defensible, it's not sufficient. Most pre-made desserts come in 1,000 milligram increments. So if you go in, order an appetizer, order a meal, then order a dessert, and you don't finish your dessert or you don't finish your meal, you can't take both home. It just frankly makes no sense. There's no restaurant in the world that operates with that type of business model. So we simply request that patrons that come in, order food, can't finish their food, be allowed to take their food home. Most desserts come in 100 milligram increments. So if you simply order a dessert, you're automatically precluded from taking home the appetizer or the meal that you have paid for. We think a 300 to 500 milligram amount is fair, it's appropriate, it's not going to overdo it. And what you really don't want to do is have someone come in, order their food, and then realize, oh wait, I can't take my dessert home. It's either dessert or appetizer, and then maybe eat more than they should have, as opposed to taking it home and consuming it at their house the next day. It's simply a matter of fairness, and we think it's the right thing to do for the city. Thank you very much for everything you've done for the business.
Thank you, Mr. Kalatian. John Waters, and Steve Martin.
Jonathan Waters, Valkyrie Fire Lounge. Thank you so much for your time and effort. I know your patience is so valuable. You guys will get a lot of information from a group whose really sole purpose is to shut down existing businesses and to create barriers to entry for other businesses. And it's evident in their letter. They feel very much like when you guys were fighting for, we all were fighting for AB 1465 in Sacramento, and UFCW withdrew their support from West Hollywood and all your great efforts, unless they gave MedMen the grandfather. And when they write sentences like, should the proposed limits for leftovers and doggy bags increase, however, or will have to withdraw its support for takeaway of leftovers, that's just a clear strong-arm tactic, and I urge you, this is misinformation and bad information that they're giving you, and Edgar's information is exactly perfect for most of our consumption lounge statuses. So what I'd like to request is that you either continue the conversation. We've come up with a great model, which is the SKU model, which really does separate leftovers versus takeout. None of us are trying to be retailers, and it does create the opportunity for us to act like the restaurant that Edgar just described without becoming a retailer. Otherwise, if you want to continue the conversation either to another meeting, learn about the SKU model or increase the limit size to something like a gram so that we can actually provide people with the experience and not have to force people to finish salads or desserts or choose between the 2/8 that they ordered to try different flavors of with taking leftovers home. All we're asking for is that you allow open, unconsumed, reasonable amounts to be taken home with us. That's it. We don't want to be retailers. There are no public safety issues. People that go to dispensaries, get in their car, and they smoke the things that they just bought. Public safety is not an argument either. It's actually worse for public safety when you're forcing people to either throw it away or shove it down their throat before they finish. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Mr. Waters. Steve Martin is our last speaker on this item.
Steve Martin, West Hollywood. Where to begin? You know, if I was at Tortilla Republic and I wanted to take home my pozole or my quesadilla because I didn't finish it, that would be okay. But I wouldn't be allowed to take home my margarita that I didn't finish. I mean, at some point in time, we have to recognize that we're not talking about a traditional restaurant and not be fooled by these false comparisons. You know, I can go to the Abbey and order a 1.75 liter bottle for my table, but I'm not allowed to take it home. There's a certain consistency there. You know, I don't know how you're are going to be able to enforce it anyway, but you guys, we're giving away a lot of licenses, and we did differentiate them because we didn't want them all to become retail distributors. And I think the public was counting on you to do what you said you were going to do, and there was certainly a lot of wisdom in what you did. And we're starting to see the really good results of being patient and being focused and having this diversity. But, you know, I don't think we should be making a lot of changes on this right now. Let's get this off the ground, see how it works. But I think that you should stick with your original situation, stick to your guns. And nobody's trying to run anybody out of business. Nobody forced anybody to take a consumption license. They don't want their consumption license, they can, you know, give it back, or maybe they can. Maybe you'll allow them to sell it. Well, I guess we're not going to allow them to sell it. But you know, nobody put a gun to their head. It's a business model, and they understood the business model when they took their application. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. John, do you have any comments? John or John? Or John or John or John?
So I will skip my presentation, and I will just address a couple of the items that came up during public comment, just for clarification. The size limitations that are in the staff report are based on original packaging. They are not based on how much is left over. The lounges will not have to figure out how much is left over. That was one question that was out there. There was another question about how can this language apply to both the edible-only lounges and the full consumption lounges, because it talks about smoking products. The ordinance is very clear that the edible-only lounges can only sell edible products and the smoking lounges can sell smoking products. So while this new section includes both edible language and smoking language, it's clear that edible lounges can only sell edible products, so the components within the new section that are edible apply to them. The components that are smoking apply to the smoking lounges. I do have one clarification that I wanted to make with regarding the patron versus customer versus purchaser language. So if council is open to it, I would like to read in changes to that section just for clarification. I can do that now, or I can do that once a motion occurs. But it's essentially just using the word patron instead of the word purchaser or customer within the language, so that that is very clear.
I think that's clear. Good. Councilmember Duran.
Thank you, Mayor. Let me just want to cover a few points. I know I'm maybe in the minority on this, but I think it's important that I say it. First of all, I want to publicly apologize to John Leonard for the last meeting. I went trial lawyer on you. I put you on cross-exam, and that was inappropriate, and I shouldn't have done it. And I wanted to apologize to you publicly because I came down on you publicly. So now I've immunized myself from anything I'm about to say. No, I'm kidding. But at the last meeting, I think my colleague, Councilmember Heilman, asked whether one of the consumption lounges had already opened, and you answered yes, it had. But that consumption lounge also has a retail component to it. Isn't that correct?
So all of the consumption lounges have a retail component, but the retail is only for on-site use. Because there's no consumption lounge license at the state level, we had to adhere to that retail model for the state level.
The consumption lounge that opened also had a retail license in addition to consumption.
They did not.
They did not.
They only have a city consumption lounge license.
Okay, thank you. I wasn't sure on that. The one thing I wanted to point out is that we're creating a business definition in an area that's brand new and is incredibly risky. And I think that people who are operating consumption lounges, I think the point was made during public comment, carry the additional burden of running a restaurant besides a retail operation. And when you run a restaurant, then you have all sorts of labor standards that come into play, OSHA standards that come into play, public health standards have to deal with the county and the state and the city. And there's a different level of risk for a restaurant engaged in cannabis than just a pure retail business engaged in cannabis. So I think that since we're doing pioneering work, that flexibility is really critical rather than adherence to something that's untested at this point. We're the first city in the state to move forward in this area, and it feels like we're regulating to the point of strangulation, that we run the risk of some of these licensees being stillborn and unable to even open because the risk is too high, the investors will flee, and rather than have 4 standalone consumption lounges, we may end up with just the one. And the other 3 possibly never get off the ground because we overregulated before they even got started. And to me, that would be a terrible shame. And I think ultimately that the way in which users will use these businesses is so different in terms of the experience that somebody's looking for. Somebody that goes into a retail establishment is going in, quickly going to park, walk in, identify what product they wish to purchase it, take it home to consume it. That's probably the standard model for somebody who's going either into a retail establishment or a medical establishment. Somebody who's going into a consumption lounge is looking for something different. They want to be there, they want to spend time with friends, they want to spend an hour, perhaps more, socialize, and we're now facing this incredible predicament that the state is putting upon us, regulations that prohibit them from selling any non-cannabis items or or anything that isn't cannabis, which inhibits that business model. And now we're going a step further by trying to limit any of the carryout, which I think is a further threat to their business model. So rather than trying to create regulation on something that isn't quite even in existence yet, perhaps the better way to go is to throw the net wide and then tighten it later, if necessary. My guess is that people who are going to the consumption lounges are going to be very different patrons than somebody who's just using a retail establishment. And because of that, I think that we should be incredibly flexible here. I mean, the results will tell us whether or not we've called this correctly. We adopt this particular restriction on carryout, and we've extended the amount of time because we're still trying to work things out in Sacramento. And if a year from now, these licensees were unable to open, either because of Sacramento overregulation or the city of West Hollywood overregulation, then we'll know we have failed. We have failed in our process, and we failed to accomplish what I think it is that what we wanted, and that was to do something novel, something new, something that's not just retail. Pot shops and head shops have been around for decades and decades and decades. We wanted something different. We wanted people to have a unique West Hollywood experience, and that's why we launched these consumption lounges. But it feels to me like we're trying to set the rules and regulations before they even have the opportunity to get off the ground, and on something that's so, at least in my mind, de minimis in terms of what's left over to take home, rather than at the core or the gravamen of their mission or their reason for being. So I think rather than regulate on leftovers and take home, we should instead figure out ways to support their opening so that they get off the ground, they get open, and then if we need to rein it in, we rein back. But let's at least get the licensees that we approved opened and running, rather than placing more roadblocks and hurdles in front of them, only guaranteeing their failure. That's my 2 cents.
Mayor Pro Tem Horvath.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm supportive of Amendment 1. I'm supportive of the patron language change that staff suggested for the sake of consistency. The reason I was supportive of putting this back on the agenda for discussion is I'm interested in the SKU discussion that was brought up in some of the comments. I feel like from an enforcement perspective, measurements are going to be complicated unless every product is packaged to a certain amount. It will become increasingly complicated to measure that, and so I think the SKU model sounds like it makes a lot more sense. I'm curious to know if any of my colleagues would be interested in moving more towards that model, and maybe if we're trying to have any sort of limitation, maybe we allow 3 SKUs to be taken away from, 3 items that you order. You can take the leftover part of any of those 3 items home with you. If we're looking to limit it, I think it's going to be easier to measure by SKU than it's going to be by milligram.
Well, this is my ignorance. I have no idea what people are talking about with a SKU.
So I can add a little bit to both of those. So the SKU essentially comes back to one suggestion that staff had, which would be to limit the number of products that a consumer can leave with. And that was one of the suggestions we had brought forward at the last council meeting and brought forward to the meeting that we had with all the applicants. What made that a little bit more complicated is, let's say you limit it to between 1 and 3 products that you can take. A SKU is essentially a separate product. There have been suggestions that somebody can take as many SKUs as they want. That would allow somebody to go in and buy one of every single product, partially consume it, and leave with it. We as staff don't support that. We don't think that is a reasonable model. That looks more like a retail model. The reason that we liked the sizes with the milligrams is if a lounge creates smaller single servings that may be 5 milligrams, 10 milligrams, 20 milligrams, somebody can go through, purchase more than 3 of those on a sampler platter and take the remainder home. If there's a 100 limit, somebody could go in and order 10 different 10 package items and take those with them if in terms of size. They're also allowed to take a smoking product or a vaping product as well. It allowed more flexibility for the lounges that are going to create single servings and sampler menus at lower dosages. We understand most of the products on the market right now are larger milligram products, typically at 100. But a number of lounges have also said to us they are working with manufacturers now to create smaller ones. So that's why we put that in there, so that it gave flexibility for multiple models. As staff, we're open to saying a certain number of products can leave, but we believed that this model provided greater flexibility.
So I have a question just to clarify. And currently, the way the ordinance works, if I have a consumption-only lounge, consumption-only license, rather, people are not allowed to leave with anything.
That's correct.
And so what you're proposing is to actually liberalize what our current rules are and allow people to leave with some product that they were consuming on the site. They could essentially take away their leftovers.
That's correct.
So this actually does give more flexibility to the consumption lounges than currently exists.
Yes, we believe this gives significant latitude.
So as an alternative, if we wanted to say a certain number of products rather than a certain dosage of products, that would be an alternative to us.
That's an alternative, yes.
Okay, thank you.
So right now we have Lowell Cafe is open, right?
Correct.
And Lowell Cafe, now the people who are eating there cannot take home anything at this point, is that right?
They're not supposed to.
Okay. Have we heard any, I mean, I'm just interested because they're not here. So,
They're busy.
well, no, I just want to know, like, has there been any feedback from them on this? Because they're open and that's...
They sell a wide variety of products. Some are larger dosages than others. Some of the feedback we have heard is that they've been trying to ease people into the dosages. They've been looking at providing smaller dosages for people. But I will say at the same time, it is difficult to provide those smaller dosages. So when somebody purchases a product, it's typically going to be larger and they're only consuming a small amount and they're taking the remainder home with them. With that being said, Lowell Cafe is very popular and has been doing very good business.
So, John,
Which one?
Leonard. So the first thing is that to-go products were actually never contemplated in the state law, right? I mean, there was never we're going to have consumption lounges and then, you don't eat everything in sight or consume everything in sight, but there was never a part of the state law that contemplated not finishing what you ordered.
That's correct. The only place in state law where consumption lounges were even mentioned was granting that authority to regulate consumption lounges to local jurisdictions.
And we never contemplated that either. And we also never contemplated that unlike ordering a glass of water, you can get a 1-ounce glass of water or a 12-ounce glass of water or a 36-ounce glass of water. You can't really, I mean, you can get a flour and dirt in different amounts, but most, because the business, the industry is so new, there's not that kind of flexibility.
The limits that were provided in the draft language are the typical sizes of what items are sold for in dispensaries these days, and those would be the products.
Right. I mean, I'm much more aligned with we should probably just let people order things at a restaurant and take them to go. And if anyone who owns a retail store believes people are going to go to a restaurant to do retail shopping, I mean, I don't go to a restaurant to buy garlic, right? I could order a plate full of raw garlic and then leave with it in my $36 plate of raw garlic, right? Or I can go buy 45 cents worth of garlic at the store. So I think in some way that's the way I think about it. The second thing is, and this goes back to item 3B on our agenda and 3C on our agenda and Airbnb on a recent agenda and so on, is I just have no idea how this can possibly be regulated. And so again, I hate to put in an ordinance that we can't regulate. I mean, we're again looking for people who don't like the way a business is operating to go to that business and order something and leave with it and then complain to our code compliance to go check out that their business did that, right? I mean, it's not like the ABC is going to show up like it does to see if 18-year-olds are drinking alcohol at our bars. The ABC may show up to see if 18-year-olds are having dinner there and enjoying cannabis, but I just feel like we're creating this system that we can't regulate, that the state never contemplated, and that I just can't really see that there will be the kind of abuse that many of our retail establishments have been arguing for. So I knew we put this on consent, and I was, going back and forth in my head about how to carefully vote no, but mean yes, and all that stuff. But now we're having the conversation, and as Mayor Pro Tem Horvath said, I support the first two parts of that, but it's the third part about to-go items that I just have a lot of confusion in my mind about what it is we're trying to set up or prevent. So I don't know if the city attorney, I mean, we just had a short conversation about regulating something like this, and I mean, is it a $50 fine? Is it a $500 fine? And do you get three opportunities to do it wrong before you get fined? Or how would this even be regulated?
That is a good question. I believe it's an administrative penalty, but I'm going to check for you real quickly.
And while she's checking, because that's gripping television to have us all stare down at the city, does anyone have an interest in trying to craft a motion or speak?
It's an administrative penalty, so the businesses would be cited with a low fine at first, and then a second low fine, and it gradually escalates.
And like our smoking ordinance, it would require patrons to call code compliance and complain.
Yes, and I think it's a policy question, as you've pointed out. Do you want to, regulate and see if a lot of people are violating it and see if it's working, or do you want to start more open and see if it's a problem and determine whether or not you want to put more restrictions on after the fact? And that's a policy decision for how you want these businesses to proceed.
Right. Councilmember Duran, I'm sorry, I didn't see your name there. Excuse me.
Mayor, I'm wondering, because I'm trying to find a happy medium, if we can find it. It sounds like we're all in agreement on the first amendment, which is extending the deadline. It's the second amendment regarding unfinished products that we're struggling on, and I heard Mr. Leonard explain SKU, and and Councilmember Horvath identifying maybe up to 3 different products as a possible middle point. But I think the voice that I'm not hearing now that we're kind of drilling down on this a bit is from the cannabis lounges who are here. And I know we've already had public comment, but I think that I would appreciate hearing maybe from Jackie Subek or others that if we created a regulation that instead of weighing milligrams or pre-weighed packaging, it went the other way, which is to limit the number of types of products that one could take out, whether that's a happy medium that they think they could live with. I think that would be important for me to hear from the individuals who are here placing their livelihoods and their capital at risk, if that was something that's possible. And I don't know if that's out of order. We've already had public comment.
They advocated for it. That's why I'm bringing it up.
All right.
So
I'm looking at Jackie Subak.
I think there are ways, right, for council members to ask for additional clarification from public speakers, even though it happened earlier, it was clearly about this item.
Well, I would like to hear from Jackie Subek if she's willing to speak, because Jackie knows a lot about this issue. She's been working on it for over a decade. I don't know the other Cannabis Lounge people who are here as well. I do know Jackie, but But Jackie, you don't have to if you don't want to.
That was Mr. Matthew Waters.
Thank you. And I also want to say that there's several of my fellow colleagues here tonight that I think also would have information on this. So just to be, so the SKU model would be essentially like any other retail model where each item that you have in your POS system has a unique identifier to it. So each product that you sell has a SKU, the unique identifier, and then at the end of the night, so let's say somebody buys 5 SKUs, right? And then each SKU is of a different milligram, so that kind of, we're sort of trying to say push past the milligram part and say, okay, we've got 5 SKUs, maybe one's 10, one's 25, one's 5, whatever. And so at the end, now this person has eaten all of or taken a bite of each thing, or has taken a smoke of a pre-roll, and we're trying to determine what they can take home. You know, the reason that I'm a little bit concerned about trying to put a number on how many SKUs is going back to what John Leonard said a minute ago, which is that you could have 10 items, going with 100 milligrams, you could have 10 items of 10 milligrams. But that's probably unlikely, actually. It's probably more like 4 or 5 items of 20 or 25 milligrams, which is going to put you over the 100 milligram mark. So if we, instead of measuring it by milligrams, if we measure it by SKU, you know, let me put it a better way. Jackie Rocco has always talked about a salad and a salad dressing. You guys have heard this before. So now we're going to have a salad, and we're going to sell the customer that, and then we're going to sell the customer a package of salad dressing. We're going to hand those 2 things over to the customer, and they're going to put those things together. Now that salad dressing is all mixed up in the salad. There's like no way to determine anymore how many milligrams it is. But that salad with the dressing can be considered a SKU. So now you have 1 SKU. You could also have 2 SKUs if you wanted to have a salad and the dressing separately. But the idea here is that we can't perform infusions, which is what the original edibles lounges were supposed to do. We can't produce our own products and sell them straight to the customer. We have to, so they have to come prepackaged right now. And so that's a way for us to, this is kind of a new idea that we're talking about, to be honest, the SKU idea. So we're still kind of talking it all through, but it seems to be something that's going to work out better for us because it'll allow the register at your POS register to know exactly which item that is and whatever that might be, whether it's the salad dressing, the pita and the infused hummus, or just a regular cannabis cupcake or a chocolate bar. Each one of those things would be a different SKU. So if I buy a salad and I buy a cookie and I buy a infused, and I couldn't buy an infused taco, but a taco and some hot sauce, right? Those would be 3 SKUs. Does that make sense? So this way, when we're done, you've got to take home a SKU, you've got to take home one of this SKU, one of this SKU, one of this SKU. It's really not a problem because the POS system has tracked all of that already. So everybody knows how much cannabis, how much THC is inside of each one of those. Is that making sense?
What does SKU stand for? SKU?
What is it? Stock keeping unit. It's SKU.
Stock keeping unit.
Yeah, anytime you go to a store, every item, when you go to a grocery store and they scan, you're scanning a SKU. It's it's a unique identifier, basically. Does that answer your question?
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Becky. I'm pressing my button. I would still like to say that I'm just still not convinced that having a number of products or an amount of milligrams of cannabis in a product is relevant to a restaurant. I mean, you can buy a frozen pizza at the grocery store, it's $4.99, or you can buy a pizza at a pizza parlor for $14.99. If you want to go buy 10 pizzas for $149 or $49, those are your choices. And I just think that's why we have retail licenses, because people will sell retail in a different kind of. So I mean, we're not making a motion, so we either need to defer this and move on, or we need to make a motion.
We were all in
Council
agreement before.
Member Heilman,
So,
press the button.
Can I just quickly say something?
Please.
Go ahead. But when we're talking about a pre-rolled cannabis, then that is like retail, right? Because you could buy flour or a joint, So where is that not like retail?
Well, it comes with a price. Yeah, you can also, right. So, Councilmember, or Mayor Pro Tem Horvath? Well, I think you were going to speak, but then you didn't press your button, you pressed that other button. So did you wish to speak? Okay.
I was going to try a motion that we introduce the ordinance on first reading, that we're all in agreement on amendment number 1 in terms of extending the deadline. And with respect to amendment 2, we alter that to change it to 3 SKUs can be taken away.
All right, I will second that, and for discussion purposes.
But we're going to need some language from
Yeah, I
our
can-
esteemed city attorney.
So we could change this subsection S
And the
if,
patron language that was referred to earlier.
yeah, I think it would just be much shorter. It would say, cannabis and cannabis products that are partially consumed on-site may be taken off-site by the patron, provided that the total number of products does not exceed 3
Per
SKUs?
patron.
I mean, I don't even know if we need to say SKU. We can say
I think,
products.
I think unique objects or unique products.
shall not exceed 3 unique objects, products. Products is a better term. But
So-
then there's
Per patron.
the per patron. But then the last sentence is important. All partially consumed products taken off-site by a patron shall comply with state packaging requirements, including exit packaging requirements. I think that needs to stay. So it's the middle part that we're changing to say 3 unique products per patron.
So there are members of the public that wish to speak. Does anyone up here wish to hear from the public some more? Sure. Then you will have to ask to hear from them.
I'd like to hear from the public because now we're changing the direction of this, and the staff report is not about SKUs, it's about milligrams and grams, so I wouldn't mind hearing from.
Well, ask a question for a member of the public.
So can you please clarify what you want to say?
Yeah, so with the SKU idea, we're supportive of the motion. I just want clarification that the SKUs apply to only SKUs that have THC. So for example, if you order a salad that's just lettuce and you order dressing that has THC and you mix them together, that's 1 SKU, not 2 SKUs, because you only have 1 THC
Thank you.
SKU.
I think that's clear, and I think we should make that clear, that we're not leaving with 2 Diet Cokes and a joint. We're
Because it says
leaving-
cannabis and
There's
cannabis
cannabis
products.
and cannabis products.
Yes.
Scott Schmidt, would you like to clarify something?
Beside I'm there.
Hi again, Scott Schmidt. Sorry to.
Is there a question?
Yes,
Is there
I asked him the same question.
Good, I just didn't hear.
To
it.
clarify the
Please
position, first off, I think we're ignoring the fact that the ordinance still says that you're only allowed to serve an amount reasonable for on-site consumption. And, maybe the council needs to define what that is, because, 100 milligrams of edibles for any one of us is gonna be more than an amount reasonable for on-site consumption. The state has defined a serving as 10 milligrams, and they want to limit a packet at 100 milligrams, which is why the state has that limit, because that's what they consider to be a safe amount of edibles to sell to a person so that they don't overdo it. And so using track and trace, which everyone's going to be required to, each patron, they'll take their ID card, they'll know exactly what they sell each person, and they'll know exactly how much they've sold them. So you can have SKUs and the amounts that were originally proposed by staff together, and the track and trace system that the lounges are going to be implementing should be able to do that in an amount reasonable. The issue is, and I'm not going to point fingers at any one business, if you sell a package of 14 pre-roll joints or 6 pre-roll joints to a single person at a consumption lounge, knowing they're not going to be able to consume that. That's what we want to avoid, as opposed to 1 pre-roll or 1 small serving of edibles. And then when they finish that, if they're okay, they can have more. So that's the perspective that we're coming from, and we support the original staff recommendation. Thank you.
Okay.
There's somebody else who wants to speak.
Can you just state your name and your business again?
Yes, thank you. Kirk Cartosian, The Antidote. I'd like to clarify that everyone speaking, except for the last gentleman, we're all the licensees ourselves, not paid lobbyists or
Understood.
advocates. So I think that's important. So when we say we are supporting, I don't know who we is, but the we on our side who are supporting the SKU model or a reasonable 300 to 500 milligram are the licensees ourselves. 100 milligrams for some people is more than sufficient.
Understood. We've heard that. If you can tell us something we don't know, otherwise we want to pass something and move on to the next
Support
items.
your original comments, which are to err on the side of maybe looking at regulations later, once we can get off the ground and open first, before we fall on our face without even opening. So
Thank you very much, sir. So I just have one more question before we vote. So since the state is silent on to-go products, and our ordinance was silent on to-go products,
Not silent.
No, it's not.
was not our consumption lounge
Consumption
ordinance?
lounge, you're only allowed to consume on-site.
It repeatedly there is not specific language talking about leftovers, but repeatedly within our ordinance, it says products for on-site consumption and sales for on-site consumption.
Thank you. That was what I wanted to clarify. Thank you. Okay, so Councilmember Heilman has put forward a motion for 3 SKUs, cannabis products per person may leave. Patrons. Per patron may leave.
Just a quick question. Is this coming back for second reading December 16th?
Yes.
So I would just say to the licensees and Aura as well, we're going to pass this tonight. I'm going to vote for it on first reading. It gives you 2 weeks to look at it. It won't become law until we do second reading. If there's anything else that needs to be changed, you want to suggest and give us the reasoning behind it. If we could get that like by Friday the 13th, that way we have a weekend to think about it and ask you other clarifying questions rather than the day of the hearing. Because the day of the hearing, none of us have time to read. So if you have any suggestions, please let us know before second reading.
And before we vote, I just want to, we've been very careful with this set of ordinances. Is there anything, City Attorney, that we need to double back on in today's hearing or today's item on this agenda and look at or say or not, review in terms of people from the public and hearing from staff? And I just want to make sure, because we don't want to open ourselves up to additional
Yeah, I
questions.
think John did a good job of trying to meet with all the stakeholders and get input from everybody. We had a lot of stakeholders here tonight, so I think there's
Okay. All right.
a
Can you
reasonable
read the
decision.
language one more time as proposed,
Yes.
Lauren?
Cannabis and cannabis products that are partially consumed on-site may be taken off-site by the patron, provided that the total number of products shall not exceed 3 unique products per patron. All partially consumed products taken off-site by a patron shall comply with state packaging requirements, including exit packaging requirements.
And I thought we were going to add 3 unique cannabis products per patron. Patron. I keep saying patient. I apologize.
That's fine. That's fine.
The language starts with cannabis and cannabis products, so that's where it leads from.
All right. Shall we mark our votes? And the item passes 4-1. Thank you very much. Thank you all for staying so late. We will now move on to items. I have to find my notes, which I lost.
2H, or
2J.
2H, 2J, and 2M. Okay.
2J and 2M, aging in place, and I don't. 2H
2H
first.
can go.
That's how the alphabet
H
works.
comes before J.
That's how we're going to work. The update on SCAG's recommended methodology for developing the 6th cycle regional housing needs assessment.
Okay.
I believe we're
Yes.
not looking for a report. We're only looking to keep you here as late as possible.
Okay, great. I'm Allison Bartle with the Housing Division. I'm joined by my colleagues Rachel Diamond, Brian Eck, and Peter Noonan. We had heard earlier that you wanted a brief conversation for the public. Do you not want that? We can just skip forward.
I just want to discuss it. I don't need the report.
Okay.
So basically, since we last discussed the RENA numbers and what SCAG was working on, our numbers have now gone up another 400 or 500 units, based on the fact that SCAG changed the formula based on public comment, did not base their changes on comments of their members, and said at the last meeting, when a number of people, a number of members had said, can we look at this, can we look at that? They said, no, we can do that. We're going to release this to public comment, and then, when we can deal with this when it comes back to us. But then we have to get it to the state. So at this point, we really need to be, even though we've sent one letter, our letter was very generous in terms of not really saying specifically which formula we supported, because at that time there were 3 different possible calculations. But I think at this point we have to discuss, maybe not at this necessarily right now, but we need to discuss how we're going to move forward and agree that we need to put together another letter, and also that we need to lobby through the West Side Cities COG. West Hollywood has been designated, based on the new formula, it's almost 4,000 units, which is over 2,000 per square mile. Beverly Hills is 3,100, which is 551 per square mile. Culver City, 3,372, which is one every 661 per square mile. And Santa Monica is 9,000, which is 1,078 per square mile. So we're double Santa Monica. We're designate 4 times the units of Beverly Hills in terms of per square mile, and almost the same with the city of Culver City. This is not fair. Culver City has land, and Culver City has mass transit, has the trains. Santa Monica has land. Beverly Hills has a train running through it. Why are we ending up with this? I think we need to say something. We need to write a letter. We need to be strong, and we need to do it sooner rather than later. And that's why I asked this to be pulled.
I agree with that, and I have talked to Hernan already. It is going to be on the COGS agenda, but I agree that we need to send a very strong letter about the methodology again. It seems to, in some respects, punish those cities like us who have met their numbers in the past. They don't take into any account the square footage of the area, and they seem to reward those communities that have actually a lot of land, but they have zoned their entire city R1, so they don't have the same kind of obligation to provide housing that we do. So I agree with you, and I think staff is already prepared to draft a letter or to send another letter regarding this.
Anyone else? Mayor Pro Tem Horvath.
My last comment on that would also be that are we tracking how many units are being removed as we're tracking how many units are being added?
Yes, we're required to report that to the state in the current cycle.
Okay, so this...
And we would assume that would continue in the next cycle.
Okay, so we're aware as a city how many units are taken away and how many are being created, and that's part of our calculation. Okay, great, thanks.
And here's the other thing. The other thing is that the state is doing really nothing about short-term rentals, as I mentioned earlier, and extended stay. And until they address that, there's a strong short-term rental lobby. We all know this in Sacramento, and it's not fair that the fact that they're not addressing that they want to discuss housing. That has to be part of the conversation. It just has to be, and I think we have to start lobbying for that conversation as soon as possible.
I have a slightly different take. I support my colleagues in writing to them. I just have a slightly different take, and which includes a couple of different points. One is that this is over 10 years, starting next year, and it's 390 units per year over 10 years, planning or approving. May or may not get built. It's an aggressive amount of units, but I'm also aware that nothing happens if you don't build them. And so maybe we need to plan for them. And certainly there's been, you know, some saber rattling about whatever, Huntington Beach or something, who didn't do something. But that is so far from the ideals of West Hollywood that you would be hard-pressed to make a case that West Hollywood, if we built, say, 2,200 of those 39 units, was not committed to affordable housing and production of housing. So I think, you know, if we don't have any success with this letter, I've already, you know, sort of figured out for myself and for our future colleagues who will be sitting here that, yes, they need to do some planning. Yes, they need to allow the production of housing. But, you know, if we only did what we have done in the last 10 years, that would far exceed what anyone else has done. And I think it's just going to be just fine. I mean, the city of Los Angeles has to make 463,000 units. That's not, you know, it's like a silliness to imagine they would really do that. So I'm not saying we shouldn't write a very strong letter, because I, in fact, agree that it's a very aggressive amount to, you know, put on our shoulders. But I'm also aware that I know who we are and what we're going to do, and we're committed to making housing and keeping the housing we have. So we have a motion, we have a second, we're sending a letter, we're filing this report. I thank everyone for staying late. Everyone can mark their votes. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, it passes unanimously. All right, now we're going to talk about items
2J and
2J and 2M, as in Michael.
And again, it's going to be very fast.
All right, this is a discussion of aging in place and aging in community year 3 update, along with amendment number 3 to agreement for services with health management associates for program evaluation.
Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem Horvath.
I have 3 comments. First, we all approved an item on opportunities for volunteerism, which create opportunities for engagement. I'm not sure where we're at with that, with creating a space where people actually can access opportunities to volunteer and be more engaged. Does that exist yet?
That's being done through HR, so I'll get an update.
Okay. I think that's important for opportunities for engagement for our older adults. Volunteerism is important. I also think that caregiver support groups and programming is really important as well. So increasing our focus in years 4 and 5 of our plan to make sure that there are more opportunities for that, I think are critical to the population that we have and the success of our plan for our community. Finally, my biggest concern is that we seem to be potentially trending in the wrong direction in terms of awareness of what aging in place, aging in community actually is and what it means and how it works. I think when it first kicked off, there were a lot of meetings with commissioners, board members, people in the community at the time, and now as there's sort of been transition and it's moved on, I don't know that there is as much awareness or that it is as top of mind as it was when it first sort of kicked off. So I just want to raise that issue to say, how can we be doing more to make this more visible, more, you know, is it a thing that we put, is it a category that we put at the end of our staff reports? Is it, what more can we be doing so it's a lens that we're always looking through and not just sort of something that's out there that's running parallel to everything that we're doing, if that makes, does that make sense? Or is that too abstract?
I think so. Just to address a couple of the issues, JFS does have a volunteer program that encourages people to participate in community engagement, community activities. We are seeing increased caregiver groups through the LA LGBT Center, and we're looking at the senior services program there, having some more enhanced partnership with JFS as well for programming and potentially for caregiver groups. And then in terms of the decline in kind of community awareness, that was actually the opposite for older adults. Older adults, we saw an increase in awareness and activity, in program, in positive sentiment. Where we saw the kind of dip in awareness or perceived awareness of the initiative was among advisory board members and commissioners, and then city staff. And so one of the strategies we're going to be looking at is to do some WehoU and some other education for city staff. We know there's been some turnover, there's always turnover with advisory boards and commissions, but we last year took the Aging in Place, this evaluation report to all of the advisory boards, I think 2 of the commissions, and we're planning to do that again. This has been presented to the Human Services Commission, and we're planning to go to, and to the Women's Advisory Board. We're planning to go to the Senior Advisory Board and others to share the information and raise their awareness as well, not only on the evaluation, but the Year 4 update as well.
I think there's been a lot of great successes that have happened, especially over this past year and change, and I just want to thank you for all of that. Santa Monica Community College and all of the things that have been happening. It's really tremendous.
Thank you.
Councilmember Meister.
Yeah, thank you. The reason I pulled this is last year we discussed this survey and the information that we got from this evaluation, and to be honest, I don't really feel like there's been much of an improvement. I don't know that I've learned that much from seeing numbers of an index going from 4.1 to 4.12. Things that were important were not really highlighted. For example, that older adults, 59% of them have feel somewhat safe, and that means that 40% or whatever don't feel somewhat safe in our city. What are we doing about that? I think that the surveys that we're giving to staff and to our commissions can be done with SurveyMonkey, and the numbers that are coming out of it can be easily analyzed by our own staff. I don't think that this is something that needs to be contracted out, which is why I pulled 2M, because I just don't think that this contract is working. I wasn't happy last year with this survey. I felt that we weren't getting enough out of this evaluation, and seeing the numbers, what we've been doing is not necessarily, we've seen trends downward rather than upward, which means in certain areas, which means that the evaluation may be not giving us what we need to make that trend go up. And so I just don't feel that this is the right match for us. Health Management Associates, and I just don't think that they should be doing this evaluation. And again, I think that the seniors portion of it, we could be doing a more robust survey, and the surveys among commissions and staff, these are not complicated, it's not a complicated survey. They can be done internally. So I would suggest that we do not go for the amendment, increase for the agreement on 2M.
I just want to clarify, though, the perception and the kind of positive sentiment among older adults increased in this last evaluation. The decrease was only among city staff and advisory board and commission members. So the trend with older adults, and we had the greatest number of survey responses this year among older adults, significantly higher than previous years, and that trend is upward. In terms of not having outside support for this, we don't currently have capacity staffing-wise to do this level of data analysis. It's not just the survey is one of the instruments that we use for the evaluation. It's not the entirety of the evaluation. We also do stakeholder interviews. We're looking at adding some focus groups for the next year. We wouldn't have capacity among staff right now to do the work that HMA has done. And we're using the same survey instrument to make sure that we have year-over-year comparisons of information. And some of this information has informed program change and so forth. So that's part of how we use the evaluation, is to look at where we have strong participation, where we have, if we have trends, if we look at different programmatic elements that we want to enhance or add to. Sometimes we've been able to do one program from the city's programming, and then it's successful and we can integrate it into the agency, so it's not something that the city has to continue to offer itself, but it becomes integrated into the, like, for example, the activities department of JFS or with other organizations.
But that's something we could be getting out of our community survey, and just, as I had mentioned when we were talking about the community survey, supplementing that with more older adults.
Councilmember Heilman and then Councilmember Duran.
I think Councilmember Duran has made a motion, I'm assuming, to approve both items.
I did.
And I seconded. I would suggest that maybe I'm going to vote for it this year, but maybe next year we really look at reallocating this funding rather than evaluation, directing it towards direct services for seniors. I think we've evaluated this initiative 3 years in a row. I think we've gotten some valuable information. I don't know that we need to do an evaluation every year. I don't know that that kind of annual assessment is really that helpful because the information doesn't change that much from year to year. I would rather see the money go towards direct services. Maybe we do an evaluation every 4 years or every 5 years rather than annually. Or we supplement our community survey and get the information that way.
Thank you. And I guess what I remember is that there was a sort of plan for the evaluation. Maybe you can give us 2 sentences and then we're voting.
Yes.
And if,
so the plan is a 5-year plan. This is the year 3 evaluation. We've done slimmer interim year reports with a plan for a larger kind of final evaluation at the end of year 5. There's not a plan for evaluation beyond that point right now.
so we would be starting year 4's evaluation.
We're already in that process.
Right. And then a year from now will be 1 year from finishing our 5-year plan.
Exactly.
So it's really either time to cut bait right now or to do this. And it looks like we have a motion to do this. So unless someone wishes to change the motion, we're going to vote on it.
Wait, can we vote on them separately?
Oh, yeah. What am I voting on? 2M first?
2J
first.
I don't know which one you're voting.
2J, Aging in Place Year 3 Evaluation Report. That's accepting the report. That's a receive and file. I don't think we need to vote on that. We're going to receive and file it.
Okay.
So, right, we don't need to vote on 2J. Okay, then we'll vote on 2M, which is amendment to the agreement for Health Management Associates.
And Mayor, I'm sorry, I pushed my speaker button. Just want to say that I think that before we make a decision on whether or not to do an evaluation, we need to have an understanding of the consequences of not doing that. So before we made the rash decision whether we want to do an evaluation every year, or every 2 years, every 5 years, I want to hear some of the consequences of not having it done. That's all.
Right. But in this case, this is a motion to move forward with this evaluation. Yes. All right.
John, you need a second again.
There we go. All right. So mark our votes. It passes 4-1. That's the end. Thank you all very much. That is the end of our agenda. Do we have any speakers? I don't have a board, so someone will have to tell me. There we go. Richard Eastman and Melissa Balin. You're on. You have 2 minutes.
Oh, God. It's going to be in 2050, your vision. I'm going to be 97 coming here asking you if you're going to give me a couple of joints or a couple of brownies in my aging in West Hollywood because I'm going to have to move here. You know, I want to thank John Howman and the city of West Hollywood because the city of Los Angeles honored me recently with the help of Melissa Ballin and Paul Koretz and the whole city council, gave me one of them wonderful gold plaques for living with AIDS for 25 years. And I was here at the AIDS March tonight like I have been for the last 25 years. And in 2050, I'm going to be 97, and I hope you're all still here because I'm planning to be here. And hopefully this marijuana issue will be over with, and senior citizens and people like myself will be treated with respect at the Lowell Cafe, because some of you might have seen me in the LA Times smoking a joint there and on every TV station, and they wouldn't let my friend use the bathroom, and they said, "You've been here too long," and handed me a lobster sandwich and kicked me out. Now, that was a disgrace to Dennis Perone, Scott Imler, and Richard Eastman, and that's who you've licensed in this city. You have to be careful what you're doing, because My friend in the Congress, Adam Schiff, our congressman, has a big thing with impeachment right now, and I'm for that because I'm the right-on guy for president. I announced at the LA City Council I'm running for president in 2020. Kookie Eastman from Hollywood. Listen, we're watching you, my friends in Washington, my friends in Sacramento, and me. And if I have to be here when I'm 97 in 2050, I hope that you're all still going to be here, because I don't want you telling me if I can have one brownie, one bite of a joint. I want the freedom that Dennis Perone and I and Harvey Milk fought for over 50 years. This is about freedom, not about making millions for the city of West Hollywood, millions for the state of California, and millions on the backbones of dead people with AIDS and cancer. So God bless America. I came here tonight to thank you for helping me, John Howman and everybody, Sal and Abby and some of you. But I don't want to have to come back when I'm 97. Thank you.
Ms. Balin, you are our final speaker.
Thank you very much. Thank you all for your service. My name is Melissa Balin, and I'm actually a resident of Los Angeles, but I had the pleasure of meeting Richard Eastman here in West Hollywood in the auditorium 13 years ago. And I may or may not be aging in place as we speak. However, I would like to thank you all for your service and let you know that until midnight tomorrow for Giving Tuesday, you and all the people watching at home, and thanks to technology, even on Richard's home planet, can download a Kindle, not necessarily for Kindle, ebook of WOW 2019 with several words directly by Richard Eastman himself, and a poem by myself in honor of Dennis Perone. And Dennis Perone, may he rest in power, said all use is medical use. And we honor his memory when we march today for World AIDS Day. All of December is AIDS Awareness Month, and we would like to remind people to share compassion, whether that be cannabis, care, medicine, or love. And we'd like to thank all of you for sharing Council Members Heilman's message to LA City Council, and you can watch that through Facebook Live on Paul Koretz's page. It's also eligible for an LA Local Color Emmy. Thank you. And thank you, Richard Eastman, for being part of LA and West Hollywood's Local Color for Sheezy. We love you. Hashtag We Love Richard Eastman. And thank you to the City of West Hollywood, the City of Los Angeles, and the people of Earth.
Thank you, Ms. Ballin. That concludes tonight's meeting, and we will reconvene on December 16th at 6 p.m. for a closed session and 6:30 for the regular open session of our City Council meeting. Thank you all very much.